I see a room full of business leaders and surgeons and barristers. I see women who are going to win elections and science competitions and arts awards. Because I know what's inside of girls like you and like me. I know how hard we'll fight for our families, how deeply we care about our communities, how much of a difference we can make for those around us.
In 2015, we had the great privilege of welcoming Michelle Obama to Mulberry School for Girls as part of the launch of her Let Girls Learn campaign.
I can just tell in the way that you carry yourselves and your confidence, the way you look me in the eye and other people, that you have what it takes inside of you.
We were inspired by Michelle Obama's time with us to create Girl Leading, a program designed to empower girls in the UK to lead action on gender equality.
Never give up hope, always have unyielding hope that justice will be served and justice will be found.
In 2018, through the power of digital connectivity, we grew our sisterhood to connect with girls across different continents. And Global Girl Leading was born.
Hello.
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 Hello, good morning and good afternoon.
We are live around the world.
Welcome to our Global Girl Leading Conference.
Take it away.
We now work collaboratively with girls across the world to share and understand how misogyny and inequality is experienced in contemporary global life.
It's high time we let girls spread their wings and fly.
And how collectively we can overcome the common challenges we all face, inspired by the female trailblazers who came before us.
Because of Harriet Tubman, I will remember to always voice what I believe and know is right.
It has been a privilege to learn from girls in the United States of America, Mexico, Kenya, Bosnia, India, Singapore, Malaysia and Australia.
This trip has been unforgettable.
This has been so life-changing for me.
We hope our sisterhood will continue to grow, helping to create a true partnership of equals and a better world for us all.
Where the shackles of our centuries-old views can break, not just for the benefit of women and girls around the world, but for their fathers, husbands, sons, and brothers too.
When given the opportunity, girls are powerful voices for each other. And when we have a platform to make our voices heard, we can make the most extraordinary and lasting change.
Look inside yourselves.
Find the light within you, within each of you.
Be the best that you can be, to become who you are meant to be.
There's nothing you cannot do. You can do whatever you want in life.
Be kind to yourselves and be patient with your journey.
You will become future leaders who will lead with compassion, with kindness.
We really are all part of a global sisterhood, and if we work together, there is no limit to what we can achieve.
Happy International Day of the Girl.
Good morning everyone and welcome to Global Girl Leading 2024. After a fantastic film, I'm delighted to say that today's summit is now open. We're so excited to have you here and my name is Mabel.
And I'm Renad. Welcome to the QE2 Centre and hello to everyone. We are live at the QE2 Conference Centre with over 400 amazing young female leaders and are being joined by so many more people from around the world.
This year, students from across the UK, Mexico, Kenya, America, Australia and India have all taken part in the Global Girl Leading. It is an honour to have so many of you celebrating International Day of the Girl with us today, both in the room and online.
For those here with us in person, please take a moment to listen to the following safety message. There's no planned fire drill taking place today.
In the event of an alarm, please leave the building immediately via your nearest fire exit. Further instructions will be given at the time. Please make sure your event organizer is aware if you need assistance. Once outside, you should disperse away from the building and await further information from your event organizer.
Thank you for listening. We have an amazing program lined up for you today with a range of incredible speakers, student performances, and chances for reflection, discussion, and debate.
Today's summit will focus on how women lead change at local, national, and international levels. It aims to empower everyone taking part with new knowledge and to help each and every one of us to see we are part of a truly global sisterhood.
By the end of today, we hope you will have learned many new things and that you will feel more confident that you can make a change in the world.
First up this morning, we have our keynote speech from the incredible Tina Chen, Executive Vice President of Strategy at the Obama Foundation. The title of Tina's keynote is The Art of Leadership by Women, Local, National and International.
Tina is an attorney, activist and advocate for women and girls. She served in Barack Obama's White House, both terms as Chief of Staff to President Obama and Mrs. Obama. And now she oversees Amazing Girls Opportunity Alliance, which supports girls around the world to complete their education. Tina has flown to America just for us.
After Tina's speech, there will be an opportunity to ask questions, so please make sure that you listen carefully to see if there's anything you would like to discuss.
Well, good morning. And good afternoon to those watching. I love that good morning, good afternoon. This is an amazing group, and I am so delighted to be here. I not think of a better way or a better place to be on International Day of the Girl. And I am so amazed about what you have built here at the Mulberry Trust. It's just inspiring. I'm going to talk about, my life, which really fits the arc of this speech from, local to national to international. But I think, hopefully, if all of this works, here we go. And you've seen some of these pictures already. It was my privilege, and when we first got to know Mulberry, to be here in 2015 when Mrs. Obama came with all the clips that you saw. And it was just an amazing trip that was so inspiring to all of us in the Obama administration. And with Mrs. Obama, it is something that we have kept going, as you'll hear, in the Girls Opportunity Alliance. But for me, my story begins internationally to local in that reign. These are my parents, Peter and Lily Chen. They were immigrants to the United States during the Civil War in China that happened after World War II. So they came to the United States in 1949 with just the suitcases that they could carry, having just gotten married, just graduated from graduate school. And, welcome to the United States, they became citizens. This is actually a local newspaper article celebrating my mother becoming a citizen when we settled in Cleveland, Ohio. But I often say that really the opportunity they would never have dreamed that in one generation, and they did not live to see this sadly, but that their daughter would go back to China on a plane that looked like this, emblazoned with the words United States of America across the side, accompanying the first on her trip to China. So I had a really, sort of urban, quiet, childhood outside of Cleveland. And for those of you who know, Cleveland is in the state of Ohio, in the Midwest of the United States. I was growing up in the 50s and 60s. There were maybe only 6 Chinese families in all of the east side of Cleveland. We knew all of them. And so it was a challenge to be sort of the only person, that looked like me in my community. There were a lot of curiosity about it, stares, but that learning how to be the only in a space really is what I think served me well when I became an adult, serving as the only woman in a room full of male lawyers, or the only woman of color in an international gathering. But my parents, were so invested in our culture, they actually got together and formed a group of families throughout the Midwest of the United States to bring us together in a extended family camp every summer. So this is, my family camp cousins and I recreating a Chinese wedding. So that's how we stayed in touch with my Chinese culture. One of the ways I really became, invigorated in the women's movement, though, was, a lot of times luck comes into your life. And that is right after I graduated from college, I married someone from Illinois, and I found myself living in the capital of Illinois, Springfield, 1978, which was at a time when we were trying to pass the Equal Rights Amendment, an amendment to the U.S. Constitution guaranteeing equal rights for women. It was a major national campaign. Every feminist leader across the United States was in Springfield, little Springfield, Illinois. I'm all of 22, 23 years old, learning this. These are the various protests we used to have to get the area passed. We had a huge march like this that I helped organize of 100,000 people, to try to push through the last stages. We did not succeed then. It took us 40 years until about 3 years ago when Illinois finally ratified the Equal Rights Amendment. I am sad to say we do not have it yet in the Constitution. We're one a few countries out there that do not guarantee gender equality in our Constitution, and something we're still working on in the States. And then in local politics, I grew up out of Springfield to sort of start to go to Chicago. And I moved to Chicago for law school. I started to work in local Democratic politics. You probably recognize, the guy on the left there. That's a very young Joe Biden. And he's standing with the first black mayor of Chicago, Harold Washington, whose campaign was the first big local campaign I ever worked on, knocking on doors for Harold Washington, then becoming part of a leadership team that started something called Cook County Democratic Women, with Harold's blessing and inspiration. This is me standing when he announced his re-election campaign in 1987. We got re-elected. We had a huge landslide win. It was very racially divided politics in Chicago, but we succeeded. Then sadly, Harold died of a heart attack about 6 months later in office. But it was a moment of real, true local empowerment for women, for people of color, for LGBTQ folks just coming into age in the late 1980s. I was a lawyer by practitioner, so I had a day job. What I just described was what I called my after-school activities. They were not part of my day job. My day job was to be a corporate litigator and lawyer. Here's sort of a sketch of me actually speaking out in court at a trial that I had. I was a leader in, there were very few women of color, very few Asian women in particular, doing litigation and that kind of work. So it was that, as I said earlier, that learning how to be the only in the room that really stood me fast in my career. And I was also a single mom. This is my favorite picture world. It is my son, Patrick, at 8 years old. I had gotten divorced from his dad, and then I went and I adopted my daughter, Emma, from China, and this is the moment when I just stepped off the plane from China where the two of them first met, Emma at 10 months old, Patrick at 8 years old. This is them today. So I will say, as a single working mom, your kids are resilient, you come through it. This is Patrick's wedding 3 years ago to his wife, Jen. He went into the military. They are now home. I will say I resisted the urge as a grandmother to put in a picture, but I am a new grandmother as well. Patrick had a baby. I resisted the urge to put a picture of Noelle in. And then, through my extracurricular activities, doing Democratic politics for many years in Chicago, I happened to meet a young, up-and-coming politician and his fabulous wife, long enough ago that the three of us don't remember how we met. And guess what? He becomes elected president of the United States. And that was how I got to the White House, to work with him for all 8 years. My first job was to work in the Office of Public Engagement, where we were the front door to the White House, greeting people in, and here we are meeting with Asian leaders in the White House in the early years. I was helping to push through our big proposals, and this is when I'm escorting the president, and we are announcing his first nominee to the Supreme Court, the first Latina woman to be nominated, Justice Sonia Sotomayor. And we created the first ever White House Council on Women and Girls with Valerie Jarrett, who's standing next to me, was the chair. I was the executive director. This is the moment the president, in March of 2009, signed the executive order to create the White House Council on Women and Girls so that we could oversee gender equity policy throughout the entire Obama administration, with all of the cabinet members and all of the senior White House officials being part of that council, and really committed, which is what the president said on this day, that I want every part of the federal government to think every day about how they are affecting the lives of women and girls. Because whether you're at the running the Department of Transportation or the Department of Defense or Health and Human Services, everything you do will affect the lives of women and girls. And I'm proud to say that we were able to do that throughout. This is one of my best pictures, which is, we integrated the military officer ranks, something that had not happened in the United States before. This is the first group of women submarine officers. I learned that in the Navy, being a submarine officer is what a fighter pilot is to the Air Force, and this was the first class of women who got to be officers on submarines. We also welcomed Girl Scouts, and one of my jobs when I became Mrs. Obama's chief of staff was to make sure we welcomed people from all across, different parts of their lives. And so this is a group of Girl Scouts in our last year in office. It was my dream to always do something with a camp out. Secret Service had a little bit of problems. You'll notice we don't really have a campfire around that they're singing around. This is supposed to be the campfire sing at the end of the day. Secret Service said, no open fires on the south side of the lawn. So Girl Scout ingenuity created a little campfire of, battery-operated lamps, which is what you see as the president and the first lady are singing at the campfire with the Girl Scouts. And we had the first ever Working Family Summit to really address the issues that affect working families, from childcare to equal pay to women and diversity and equity in the workforce. And we had a lot of fun. I put this picture in because one of the things I'm known for is I have a very loud laugh. You'll hear it during the day today. And the president used to always say, you have to be more quiet because you're just, I'm on a call with a foreign leader and you're in the room next door. But this is a moment, this is Mrs. Obama's office in the White House as we're sitting and talking, and it just sort of like represented what it was like to work for her. Christmas was one of our most favorite times in the White House. This is a gold star tree that represents families who have lost a loved one in the military, and we had a tree for them every year. But I put this in because, again, this is something that's fun, which is the only time one of the dogs knocked someone down. We have young children come in to Christmas to see the first people to see the Christmas decorations. And this is the moment when Sunny, our younger dog, did knock down a little girl. Now, she's okay because the guy in uniform over Mrs. Obama's shoulder, who's just standing and laughing, that's her dad. So she was not, she was just fine. We got to meet lots of famous people, and this was like a fun part of my job, and I was thrilled. This is when Billie Jean King, who was a real idol of mine, the tennis star, came into the White House, and you can see the president was thrilled to meet her as well. This is the moment where Sasha and Malia got to meet Ryan Reynolds at the Canada State Dinner. I love this because you can see how, Malia's giving Sasha the thumbs up. And here's me with the dogs. Again, remembering we've lost Bo, who's passed, but, again, our dogs were our biggest celebrities. And then I got to do this, too. So when I came to the UK on one of our trips, we were able to meet Prince Harry, who was a great partner to us with his Invictus Games, because we also worked with military families and veterans and did a lot of work together. But this is one of my favorite people that we welcomed to the White House. This is a 104-year-old Virginia McLaren that my staff found. She was a 104-year-old foster grandmother, still taking care of kids, in a neighborhood called Anacostia, which is a little bit like the East End, a mile and a half away from the White House, but she, in 104 years, had never visited the White House. So we brought her in. This is the moment when she walked into the Blue Room to take this photo. And she comes in all spry and saying, the first African-American First Lady of the United States. And Mrs. Obama is saying, well, what about this guy over here? And she's like, oh, yeah, you too, President Obama. And then people often ask us, in the Obama years, what was the most significant day? And a lot of us have the same answer, and it's this particular day. This was the day that the U.S. Supreme Court approved marriage equality for LGBTQ families to get married. And it was also the day we were scheduled to fly to South Carolina. The president was giving the eulogy at the massacre that occurred at a church in South Carolina, where a gunman had gone in and killed 8 parishioners. And so this is on Air Force One. I had gone ahead to Air Force One. The president stayed behind to fly in, giving remarks, and you can see in the TV screen that he's giving remarks on marriage equality. The man who I'm standing next to is John Lewis. So some of you may or may not know Congressman John Lewis. He's a really incredible civil rights activist. He was one of the people who led the Edmund Pettus Bridge crossing in Alabama during the civil rights movement, was beaten as a young man, then became a congressman and led. We sadly lost him a few years ago when he passed. And so that's one of my great memories. Later on in the day, the president gave the eulogy. It's where he sang Amazing Grace, if some of you have seen those clips. And then when we returned home to the White House, this is what the White House was. We lit it in the rainbow flags of the LGBTQ pride flag. It was one of the few times that we'd ever done that, is to light the White House that way. It became one of the most iconic pictures of the year, and I will tell you, as young people, the idea to do this came from 2 of the youngest staffers in the White House, who came to me and to Valerie Jarrett and said, what if we lit the White House this way? We weren't really keen on lighting the White House different colors, so it was took a little bravery for them to do that. But they did, and because they spoke up as 2 young people, we had the most iconic shot of our presidency, perhaps. And then there's this. since International Day of the Girl, as my work moved from a local, in Chicago, to national at the White House, to now international. And then this is the moment that happened. This is the visit in October of 2013 when Malala came to visit the Oval. You'll see Malia is there. It's the only White House meeting that Malia ever asked to attend. At breakfast that morning when the family was sharing what they're doing and Malia heard that Mrs. Obama would be meeting with Malala, she asked to attend the meeting. And Malala really challenged us here to work on adolescent girls' education. And so that's what led to Let Girls Learn, and to us coming to Mulberry and to doing this work. This is Mrs. Obama in Liberia. Then we were in Cambodia to really support adolescent girls' education and their empowerment. This is it, the movement spread across the world. This is not an event we were at. This is an event where someone showed me a picture that would happen in Kenya of girls rallying. And I have to confess that I was sort of amazed because behind Hillary Clinton, you can see my head as also being, in addition to Mrs. Obama and Secretary Clinton and other leaders. So it was truly a global movement that you all are a part of. And now to the present. So this is a picture of the Obama Presidential Center, which we are now, I'm engaged in at the Obama Foundation. We are opening the Obama Presidential Center in the spring of 2026 on the south side of Chicago. This is rendering of the museum building. Our mission is a world where active democratic culture fuels positive change, because everything we do is towards building a democracy and strengthening it. And our levers for change are to get people more to participate, to learn how to participate through the museum and our training programs, to build trust, as you can see, in our institutions, and we have a democracy forum every year to do that. But importantly and relevant to you all is our central pillar, which is to build equal opportunity. And that's why we've continued to invest in young men and boys of color, and especially, I'm so proud, we converted Let Girls Learn from the White House to now the Girls Opportunity Alliance, that is Mrs. Obama's signature program at the Obama administration, to continue to invest in girls' education around the world. And our pillars there are to connect leaders and grassroots leaders who are doing the work, in communities from Kenya to Cambodia to South Africa to the United States, to inspire those commitments globally, and you all are a part of this, the global network that we are building, and to empower adolescent girls, as you are doing today, to learn and take action. This last fall, a year ago, just about right now, Mrs. Obama, we joined forces with Amal Clooney and the Clooney Fund for Justice and Melinda French Gates at the Gates Foundation. Here, they all traveled together to Malawi to end child marriage. Child marriage being one of the 12 million girls next year who will be married off as a child bride, therefore cutting off her opportunities for success, to complete school, to go forward, and that is what the three of us have committed. I will say that this picture, and here's, the girls, this should look familiar. It's just like coming to Mulberry, with the girls coming out to greet them, with Mrs. Obama sitting in dialogue with them, for her hugging, because that's what she loves to do, is to hug folks. And what happened in Malawi after this visit is the president of Malawi, on the day that the three of them left Malawi, announced a plan for the next 5 years to eliminate child marriage in Malawi, which is amazing. But this is the challenge ahead. And this is, with everything that we're doing, this is what girls in the world still face, with 100 million girls out of school. And that number, sadly, has grown since we started Let Girls Learn, instead of going down, because we've got more wars, more refugees, more climate crises, famine around the world, all of which is contributing to girls, staying out of school. The 12 million girls in child marriage, the female genital mutilation that girls are exposed to. This is the challenge ahead, that we all face. But I will say, what gives me hope is looking out at all of you. And this is the picture that inspires me all the time. It's one I keep, on my desk so that I can look at it. And I see it in all of your faces here too, is the light that is this young woman's eyes. She's from Liberia when we visited there. I see the light in all of you. I got to say hello to you, some of you, earlier this morning. I'm looking out at this crowd that is amazing and seeing that light. And you're that light. You are the hope. You are what we can build in the future, because we know the promise of what happens when you educate a girl, when you empower a girl. Gross domestic product and economies of countries rises, Peace comes to communities because women and girls know how to build their communities and support them and build peace. And so that's why I'm so delighted that what we started when Mulberry Trust was one school when we visited in 2015 inspired this global, girls leading project that you all have been doing to have you create what I truly love is a sisterhood, a global sisterhood of women and girls who have shared values, who share an inspiration, who share a dream of what the world can be when you all are empowered, when you step into the destiny that you can make and you can be. Because I really believe when you do that, you will not just change your life, not just change your family's life, not just change your community's life. You will change the world, and you are our hope. Thank you.
Thank you, Tina, for those inspiring words. We are so grateful to have you here today and for all the amazing work you do for girls around the world.
We would now like to introduce Dr. Vanessa Ogden, CEO of Mulberry Schools Trust and the founder of Global Girl Leading, who will lead the Q&A session with Tina. Dr. Ogden will interview Tina for 10 minutes and then open it up to the floor. If you have any questions, please raise your hand and someone will bring over a please start your question by stating your name and which school you go to. If you're watching online, please get your teachers to put your questions in the chat with your name and your school.
Please join us in welcoming Dr. Ogden.
Oh, thank you so much, Tina, for flying over to join us. I know how busy you are at the moment. We're all of us as global girl leaders are really sort of interested in the contest that's happening right now in the States and ever hopeful that we will see further advancement for girls and young women across the world. Now, I was going to interview you for a little while, but actually I think we're going to go to the floor for questions in just a couple of minutes. So get ready, global girl leaders, because, we need you on. But just before we do that, one of the things that I was reflecting on when I was watching your PowerPoint and listening to your account of things was, well, there were three things really. One was about the values that sit within leadership and how those drive everything that you do. And I really saw that when we had the privilege of visiting you in the States. The core values that ran through the staff like a stick of rock really, around generosity, kindness, a lack of hierarchy of power, kind of service leadership really. And service leadership was the second reflection I had was, President Obama's administration really spoke to me around service leadership and the importance of that. And if you just took the opening up of the White House to the public, that was such an unusual thing to do. And then I visited Washington several years later under the Trump administration, and there were barricades everywhere, and you could hardly even see the White House. So really interesting to reflect on those things. But the third thing that really struck me was the joy in leadership. There are some really serious issues in the world, and we as girls and young women really know that. And, you highlighted them, and we're going to be talking about them later. But alongside that, there's this enormous joy and zest for life that sort of speaks through everything. How important is that to you?
Oh, look, you have to have fun while you're doing this, right? It's serious work. The issues, as I flashed up, are serious. But that's sort of why I put the dogs and Ryan Reynolds and into my presentation, because you do have to have that joy, and it's something the President and Mrs. Obama really feel and want. We continue to do it. We continue to laugh. We continue to see in the middle of what feels dark or difficult is to find those pieces of joy, because that's what builds you and sustains you. It feeds your soul. On values, I will say that the president actually what he's been doing post-presidency in our leadership training programs is to really try to articulate those values, and we actually have a framework now called the Hope to Action values, which pull in things like service leadership and accountability and resilience, the qualities, and that's what we do our leadership training. And if you go to obama.org, you can actually see, a visual of what those Hope to Action values are, and we hope to continue to do the work at the foundation to really spread those across and make them available to everybody.
And that work is really continuing post-administration. We see it in the Young Leaders Program, actually, that has been established, which, if you don't know about it, look at President Obama's foundation pages, because you can apply for scholarships and other programs. They are obviously very competitive, but we do know people who've been successful through them.
Yeah, no, we have a program for college students, so rising juniors, in the American system, who might not otherwise be able to afford to take a summer off because they have to work to pay for school, but we give them a stipend so that they can both go to school and then in the summer spend a summer studying poverty or studying girls' education or something in that vein. We have a graduate level program at the University of Chicago and Columbia. And then we have a Young Leaders program, which is, as you get older, 25 to 35-year-old, in doing your work, you can come back and be an Obama leader.
Amazing. Well, let's see what questions we have from the floor. So if you could raise your hand. So I'm going to start with this young woman here. If you could stand when the mic gets to you, it is just coming. Say your name, which school you're from, and then ask your question and take that stage.
Hello, my name is Maria. I come from Colegio Carol Bor in Mexico, and I wanted to ask you, who was the person that made an impact in your life and inspired you to be the amazing woman you are?
Well, thank you. Who inspired me? I think everybody probably thinks about this and says it, but I will say my mother was it. My mother, as you saw the picture of her as a young woman who came over, she was about 25 years old in that picture. Something that I didn't fully appreciate. When you're a kid, you don't really think about your parents, as 25. And when I became 25, and I realized how little I knew of the world, the idea that she and my dad just left their family behind, traveled halfway across the world, 2 suitcases in their hands, not really sure what was going to happen in this new country. And then when I was young, she got a very bad chronic illness. So she spent most of my childhood very, very ill and sort of debilitated. And yet that didn't stop her from working in the Parents Teacher Association and the PTA, being a Girl Scout troop leader, being active in the community. And she is what taught me that to live in a community also means that you need to act in the community, right? You need to be a part of what's going on in your community. You need to sort of vote in the local elections, but then you also need, if a park needs to be cleaned up, if there's something going on the block that safety needs, if you then want to figure out who to elect to office, which set me on that path of that local to national to international leadership that we're going to talk about today.
Thanks, Tina. That was a great question. Who's next? And let's try and take somebody. So on table 9, just there, please. And let's take another hands up, and we'll line up the question. So right at the back there, just there. So first over here, table 9.
Hello, my name is Emine. I'm from Mulberry School for Girls. I wanted to ask, what motivated you to keep going? As you said, you faced a lot of struggles when you were a kid.
No, it's a good question on what keeps you going, because the struggles come and go. There's not like, it's not like the movies, right, where there's only one struggle, because they can only portray one struggle in a movie. In your lifetime, you'll go through a lot of ups and downs, and I have. I've lost people in my family. My son's father passed away. The struggles of being a single parent. But then and I'll be very candid with you all, as an adult, even post-White House, I did a stint running the Time's Up organization, which was an organization founded after the Harvey Weinstein sexual harassment struggles in the US. And it was an organization of a lot of powerful women in Hollywood and elsewhere to combat sexual harassment. And we ran into a big crisis with survivors over, some advice given, by my board chair to Governor Andrew Cuomo when he had problems. And all of a sudden I found myself as the subject of a front page Sunday New York Times sort of expose kind of thing about issues, and that's hard, right? And that just happened 5 years ago, 6 years ago. So, it's not like struggles come and go. So you have to sort of think through them. And I think what's important to go through them, it's back to values, to Vanessa's first question, is through those struggles, I wanted to be consistent to my values. And so speaking of what happened at Time's Up, I feel it's unfortunate what happened, but I tried to conduct myself according to the values that I held around being fair to everybody, about being, true to, what the objectives of women, supporting women that I was doing the work for. And so that, I think, when you hold on to understanding why you're doing what you're doing, even though it gets hard and even though people are attacking you for it, I think it's something you all need to think, because, once you put yourself out there as a young girl leader, even, and on social media, it's hard. It can be a little scary. It can be what happens on social media and how people call you out and attack you. But this sisterhood is important, to support one another. And your values and staying true to understanding why you're doing it and understanding the greater good to do it is what sort of sees me through that.
Yeah, it's really important point, actually, that, because it is true that all the way through you will encounter challenges, and sometimes you don't know until you're tested, and you can be sort of in your 50s and be really tested on these things and not necessarily really know if you can, but the resilience and holding your nerve and staying true to yourself is just incredible.
And I have to say, Vanessa, what you've done here with this network and this sisterhood, seeing all of you here together, I mean, get to know each other. Doing the work, one of the best things about the secret to doing this kind of work is my best friends in life have come from the political work and the activist work that I've done. And they're there for you, and be there for each other when those things happen. And this network you've created is an incredible foundation for these young women. All of you at Mulberry, the opportunity that you all have at your young age to already have this foundation and the sisterhood built is fantastic.
Well, there's such amazing joy in being together with all the young women here and all of those that are in schools that belong to this conference, that are out there watching the stream or internationally, including Lanana School, actually, from Kenya, who at the last minute, their visas just didn't come through, and it's just another thing about the sorts of barriers that disadvantage places in front of you, and so a big shout out to Lanana School. So we've got one question there, and then we're going to take a final question in a minute. I know that I'm already out of time, it's flashing at me, but I just want to hear voices from the floor. So we'll take, was it table 35, is that right? Just there, that question. So that young woman there, please, thank you.
Hi, my name is Pooja, and I'm from Noah Hill High School. And I just wanted to ask, how did your time at school influence your successes later in life in politics?
How did my time at school influence it? Well, it influenced it a lot. So, I will say I was a student government geek when I was in high school. And actually, I was fortunate to go to not a very large high school, but a public high school outside of Cleveland. I grew up in a Jewish neighborhood, so I was, very welcomed in my neighborhood, even though I was the only Asian person there. But I became, president of my freshman class, my sophomore class, my junior class, and then I became student council president. So that set me on my path to doing politics. So when I said I was a student council geek, I was serious about that. And in the story of how things, you never know what come around, I was such a student council geek that I got involved with the statewide, there's a national association of student councils in the United States that supports young people who are in high school who are doing student government. And I got involved in that group and was a national leader. Turns out, fast forward literally 55 years, I'm in the White House. A guy named Steve Ricchetti, who is currently President Biden's senior advisor, comes in to be Vice President Biden's chief of staff. And I'm looking, Steve Ricchetti, why is that name so familiar? Turns out 55 years previously, we'd all been in that student council. So that lesson there, which I often tell my children, is you never know who you will run into later in life and what their position will be. So you must treat everyone with kindness and respect because you never know.
Yeah, that's so true. So our last question from the floor, very sadly, but plenty of time for other questions later. There's lots of dialogue to come. So just right on that side at the back there, I can't, table 24, is it? 24? Just around the corner there for the mic. Keep your hand right up. And just to say, Student Council Geek is great. I mean,
Student Council Geek.
Great, it's where you cut your teeth on
Right.
argument, I would say. Some of the
Hi,
toughest.
my name is Andrea from Townley Grammar School. And my question is, did you ever not want to be who you were when you were choosing the path for your life?
Great question.
Oh, great question. Yes, I'm going to tell you something I've never talked about publicly, which is I can remember times, I remember vividly when I first got to college. And, you know, I was pretty far from home. I was a freshman in college. I was like, you know, sort of on this path, right? You know, because, right, I'd just been student council president. Now I was at Harvard. And it's like, okay, now I'm at Harvard. What am I supposed to do here? And I remember having moments, to your question, I can remember moments late at night walking through the campus thinking, why can't I just want to be a secretary? You know, it would be so much, life would be so much easier if I was satisfied, you know, not trying to be here at Harvard, if I was just, you know, going to go off and just, you know, be an assistant somewhere or be a shop clerk. You know, why not? And there were moments because it's hard. You're kind of striving. I really felt those moments where I was feeling like imposter syndrome, as you know, right? What am I doing here at Harvard? You know, why am I struggling so hard to do this? You know, why not just go and pick something that was a lot, you know, less stress, you know, and less difficult to do. And yeah, you know, it's funny because I hadn't thought about that until you just asked that question. I hadn't thought about that moment, but it's very vivid to me as it was a really long time ago. And I think that kind of never leaves you a little bit, is like when things get hard, it's like, oh, why can't I just stay home? You know, why should I put myself out there? Why should I go, you know, one more, you know, advocate for one more difficult position? And yet what I've now learned, what I didn't, you know, eventually learned, I was 18 at the time, but what I've now learned over time is you get through those moments and then it's incredibly rewarding at the other end. Because when you meet young people that you've been able to help, or I just had it happen last weekend, I was canvassing for Vice President Harris in Kalamazoo, Michigan last Saturday, and I got one convert. All you need when you're canvassing on an afternoon is you got one person who clearly was not going to vote for her, who now told, after 10 minutes of talking with you. And it's enormously satisfying to sort of make a difference and know with even that little bits that you're making a difference. So that's what I've learned over time that I would share with you all, is that when you have those moments, and they'll come, it's like, you know, it'd be just much easier to not take that really hard class that I want to, or not apply to that really stretch university that I'm trying to get into. But when you do and you succeed and you are able to help people with it, it's enormously satisfying, and that gets you through those moments where you're wondering, why don't I just go do something else? Good question.
Well, we're really glad that you chose the path that you did. So Tina, we're going to finish the question and answer session now. However, there's plenty of opportunity during the course of the day to ask your questions if you haven't had a chance to do so now. I'm going to hand back to Rinad and Mabel. Thank you so much. Thank you, Tina.
Thank you to Tina and Dr. Ogden for that inspiring discussion, and thanks to all of you for all of your questions.
We now want to turn the discussion over to you. The next part of the day will focus on women's leadership at a national level in the UK.
To get you thinking and debating about this important topic, there are 2 dialogue maps on your table. These maps provide more information about how women lead change at a national level, and should be filled in through discussion with people around you. If you're stuck, please flip to the other side, and there's more information on different topics.
There is also a student leader from a Mulberry Schools Trust school on each table who will be able to support your conversations and help you work through the maths. If you're watching online, please visit the Global Girl Leading website to access the maths if you haven't printed them already. Our next panel will begin in 30 minutes, and your time starts
now.
Thank you everyone for those fantastic discussions. It is great to see people from all different schools working together and engaging with these topics. My name is Khadija.
And I'm Nazifa. We are delighted to introduce the next section of the day with our brilliant National Leadership Panel.
This panel will centre around the representation of women in leadership positions, challenges of working at national level, and how people can make nationwide change, with a particular focus on the UK. There will be an opportunity to ask questions afterwards, so please start thinking about anything you'd like to ask.
Please give all our panellists a huge round of applause when we've introduced everyone. Joining us today, we have Dorothy Byrne, President of Maurice Edwards College, Dame Rachel D'Souza, Children's Commissioner for English,
Nusrat Hassan, Head of EDI at the National Theatre,
and Rachel Bagshaw, Artistic Director of the Unicon Theatre. Please give them a warm welcome.
Well, thank you for that brilliant introduction, and welcome to all of you here. And this is something I've wanted to do all my life. You know, when you watch the Eurovision Song Contest and they go, "Hello, Norway," and call out the names of countries, well, I get now. I want to say hello, and I think we can give a round of applause at the end of them to the girls who are listening to us from Hello, India.
Yo, yay, yay. Hello, India.
Hello, Australia.
Woo.
Hello, Mexico.
Yeah.
And hello, Kenya. Oh, I have to say, it feels really good doing that. And maybe they'll give me a job next year doing it on TV. So I'm going to ask each of our panelists the following two questions to kick us off, and I'm going to answer them myself first. And the first question, I've given them a bit of notice, because I think when you give somebody an exam, it's good to give them a heads up. One is something that happened to you at school that made you think, I can do something with my life. And then the second, and you can give one or two answers to this if you want, is why it's good being a woman leader. Obviously, it's good being a woman leader because you get to say, I'm a woman leader. But there may be other really good things about it. So get thinking while I answer. So I'm going to tell you about the thing that happened to me at school, because I think it's so important to realize this is the moment that something could happen to you to change your life. So first, I've got to inform you that I was not like Tina at school. I was not a good student. And I thought of telling you some of the things I used to do, but I decided that the teachers here might not be very pleased about that. So, and my school, unlike your brilliant schools, also wasn't a very good school. However, there were a couple of teachers who really believed in me, and they thought that I could win the National Schools Debating Competition. And that competition was almost always, and it's still true now, won by private schools for boys. And I entered, and I went through each round, and every time I turned up at a school, there would be very posh boys there who just assumed they were going to win and hadn't prepared properly. But I had always prepared really well. So I did, you see, work very hard at this thing. And in the end, it came to the final. And actually, I was very lucky because it was the time that the South African cricket team was coming to England. And South Africa was still under apartheid. And these awful boys from, I think it was St. Paul's School, went through all the arguments, you know, cricket is cricket, what does politics matter? Anyway, I absolutely destroyed them. But obviously I had morality on my side. And that showed me I can beat all these boys, and in my career, you'll have seen from the thing, before I came to Mary Edwards College at Cambridge University, I was the head of news and current affairs at Channel 4. And when I first entered news, there wasn't a single man to be head of news. And it would just have seemed impossible for me that I could ever be a head of news. But then I remembered, well, at school, I won that competition that was always won by the boys. And now, what's wonderful, in this country, every news broadcaster is led by a woman. And I'm very proud of my role in that. And then I'm going to say why I think it's great to be a woman leader. So I'm an investigative journalist. I still do television programs. And I was approached out of the blue by Cambridge to lead a women's college at Cambridge University. And I actually thought it was a mistake and said to them, I didn't go to Cambridge or Oxford. Why have you approached me? And also, I'm a television journalist. And they said, well, because you have really worked hard in television to bring people in who would not normally have thought that they could be investigative television journalists. So for me, the really brilliant thing about being a woman leader is that I am here with all of you today, able to say to you, and know it's true, that Cambridge University wants you. Cambridge University has really changed, and it's opened itself up so much more, and it may not be the right place for everybody, but if you work hard at school and it's the right sort of course for you, you can all get into Cambridge University. And this is why, for me, it's great being a woman leader. So that's my answer to my own questions. Do you like that bit? I asked the question and then I answered it. So, Nusrat, to you next. So first, anything at school that was a turning point for you?
Of course. Well, it feels... Actually, before I start, I just want to quickly say how amazing it is to see this conference start up again since the pandemic. It's absolutely incredible. I'm a Mulberry girl myself, you may have seen from the booklets, and so I was in your shoes not that long ago, actually. And so I know how it feels to be exactly in this room and listening to panelists and speakers and seeing all the performances. So I really hope you enjoy and take out what you need from today, like the way it did for me. The moment in school that made me feel like it's, that stuck with me, that made me feel like it's possible to do what it is I want to do, well, there's so many, if I'm honest with you, but the one that I can't not speak about is what you saw this morning when Tina was on stage and you saw the pictures of Mrs. Obama coming into school to launch the Let Girls Learn campaign. You may recognize that the girl standing next to her, taking her around the school, was actually me. Yes, it's incredible and phenomenal to have had that opportunity to take Mrs. Obama around and talk about the importance of girls' education, not just here in the UK, but globally, but at the same time, the care and effort that went on behind the scenes to make sure that every single student in the school had the opportunity to see and witness this historic moment for us in our community. For example, going to the sports hall after and popping in to say goodbye, I thought was a moment that made it seem like, you know what, we matter, we really do, and we're being recognized, and there was a sense of power in that. And so for me, having that kind of recognition and that moment to really know that you are being recognized and that you do matter and your voice is so important in the room was the moment for me really. So I can't not mention that visit, to be honest, and I feel really, really privileged and fortunate that that continues to impact my life wherever I go, and that's stuck with me. The second question around, could you?
Why is it good? What's good? You know, you've got a great job, head of equity, diversity and inclusion at the National Theatre. I mean, it's a fantastic job for you. But what do you really enjoy about it, and what do you think is in it that helps you to make a change?
Absolutely. So why does it feel good to be a woman leader in that space? Well, to be frank, there's not that many women that look like me in those rooms. So just by virtue of being in those rooms and being invited into those rooms, for me, I love that opportunity. And then having the chance to speak your opinion, to contribute to decisions, and impact the way that you intend it to do in a more inclusive way, because new voices have been heard and you bring that difference into that room and space, for me is what I love about being a woman leader in that space, because I'm bringing not just me being a woman, but also my lived experience of being a woman of color in that space. So for me, that's what I love about it. And if I'm totally honest, a lot of the time, a lot of people are really surprised. And so I love just seeing the shock in people's faces when they suddenly think, oh, you're actually saying something really intelligent, or you're saying something that, you know, is really interesting and we've never thought about it before, because you see the world in such a different view and lens, and you have a different and unique perspective of the world. And so, you know, being able to be a woman of color in that space, for me, is what I love about being a woman leader.
I just have to say that's very interesting that when you're very nice about this, that people are surprised. That doesn't make you feel very angry that they should be surprised? Or what's your feeling about that patronizing attitude?
I think I actually, in lots of ways, thrive off that, if I'm honest. You know, my parents and, you know, the generations that came before me have sacrificed a lot in order to give me the opportunities that I have access to today. And so actually seeing the surprise in people's faces makes me feel like, oh, actually, you know, those sacrifices were worth it, because I'm now here and I'm using the space and platform to be able to help influence change. And through my role as as head of equity, diversity and inclusion, it's not just about thinking about how can we diversify the theatre or the workforce or this rehearsal room or what we're commissioning to put on our stages, but it's about when we're inviting difference, how are we actually setting people up for success? So when we bring them through the door, what are we doing to make sure that they're included in that space and they feel valued in that space too? So I think it's in that.
Well, yeah, that's great. Thank you. You remind me that when I was head of news at Channel 4, I organised an event for editors of national newspapers at Channel 4. And being a polite person, I handed around the sandwiches, and two of the editors assumed I was the waitress. And when I was asked to speak, they looked absolutely astonished. But I will be fair to them. They both came up at the end and said, "We're very sorry, we assumed you were the waitress." And I said, well, if I had been the waitress, that is a respectable profession. But thank you for admitting it, because that sort of thing happens and people pretend they didn't think you were the waitress. But this Rachel here, Rachel Bagshaw, first of all, tell us, if you can, something that happened to you when you were at school that made you think, I could make something of myself.
Okay, so obviously now I work in theatre. I'm the artistic director of the Unicorn Theatre, which is a theatre for young kids. And when I was at school, I was really into the arts, all of the arts. So lots of theatre and dance, but also music. And I think one of the moments for me, or when you asked this question earlier, Dorothy, I was sort of thinking, which moment am I going to sort of choose? And when I was at high school, at secondary school, a friend of mine, my best friend, who is still my best friend now, wrote a piece of music for 5 girls to sing. So 5 of us sang it in a school concert. We were 14, 15. She wrote this really beautiful piece of music and we sang it in a school concert. And then that kind of snowballed. That became, people just sort of sat up and went, oh, I really like what you're doing. Like, could you maybe do a little bit more at the next school concert? And from that, we then got invited to perform at the school proms a few times at the Royal Albert Hall. We went to international festivals. It then actually became a bit of a part-time job for us. So we, all the way through our time at sixth form and into our university days, we sang at various conferences. We sang at the Labour conference a couple of times. We did lots of weddings. I mean, we paid our way through kind of college and university. So it wasn't the art form that I knew, by that point, knew was going to be the thing that I wanted to follow into my career. But it was something about, it was so special singing with my best friend, with these 4 really close friends. And there's something so magic about making music together and making art together with a group of friends like that, that then actually turned into a job almost. And we sort of actually started being able to actually, pay our way through university from it. And it was that, I think, in a way that was a turning point for me of going, oh, we can make this our work. This doesn't actually just have to be my hobby or something that I kind of enjoy doing. Actually, I can see a career for myself in the arts. And we managed ourselves, we produced ourselves, we did all of it ourselves, we created our own costumes, the whole lot. So it was sort of a whole experience of learning about how to make work, and I was doing it with my best friends. So it was really, really special.
Oh, it's fantastic. And tell us, it would be very interesting for people if you tell us a bit more about the Unicorn Theatre, but also include in that why for you being a national leader is something really worth doing.
Well, really similar to Nusrat, a big part of that is that there aren't so many people like me in leadership positions in the arts. So one of the things that happened to me in that time, the experience I've just been describing of singing with these friends, is that when I was 19, I had an accident and I became disabled. And that actually really changed the journey, slowed my journey down for some years. It changed the journey of my career path. It made me look at how theatre works in a different way. And for a lot of that time, I didn't see people around me who looked like me. I didn't see other disabled women in leadership positions and think I could do that. So for a lot of my 20s, I was looking for those people, looking for a way into how to make this work. And there's one woman, Jenny Seeley, who runs a company called Grey Eye, which is a disabled-led theatre company, who was a real influence for me in that time. And one of the things she really invited me to do was actually think about what I need, not keep trying to fit into the box of how people make theatre and how you have to push yourself, and essentially a kind of quite antiquated patriarchal model of making theatre where you just keep pushing yourself and break everybody around you to make the work and keep going. But actually to really stop and think, what do I need to be able to direct theatre? And that took a little bit longer, for another few years, but about 10 years ago or so, I realised that what I needed to do was rest. And I needed to rest, I needed to have longer breaks, I needed to sleep at lunchtimes, I needed a beanbag in my rehearsal room. Sounds like a tiny thing, but it's really shifted how I work. And instead of doing the kind of push on through, do it like everybody else, I had to go, how do I make this work for me? And how can I be authentic in the way that I need to lead a rehearsal room and now a theatre? And that's meant being quite vulnerable. It's meant actually sharing that vulnerability with people, with my staff, with the actors I'm working with. It means being open about what I need. And actually what I've found is that that means that people are much more open with me. And then we kind of all make a space that means we can give and get our best in that space together. So I think there's something in that as well about being a woman leader, that I think finding access to that vulnerability, I think has, sometimes we think we can't do that, we shouldn't do that we have to sort of, you know, maintain this kind of like strong woman kind of ethic, and actually to sort of embrace that softness in myself and to be vulnerable and to be open has been a huge part of my leadership journey, I think.
Thank you. Just tell us a bit about the Unicorn Theatre, if you don't mind.
So I've been artistic director of the Unicorn for about a year, and it is a theatre at London Bridge, and we are the UK's leading theatre for young audiences. So we make work for children from 0 to 13. So most of you are now too old. You're never too old to come and see theatre at the Unicorn, but outside of that age bracket. And we make about 10 to 12 shows across the whole year of a whole range of different things, but adaptations of books, brand new work, genuinely work for babies, for tiny babies coming in and seeing work for the very first time. One of the things I talk about at the Unicorn is that we are a home for first encounters. So we are a home for a child's first encounter with theatre, for a young person's first time in a theatre, sometimes, often we are that contact, but also for a first encounter with an idea or a story or a person or a place, and that we hold that in the building, that we are a space for inquisitive thinking around first encounters in the world. Yeah.
Thank you. And I think you make a very important general point there as well about, in the past, to get on as a woman, you had to pretend that everything about you was perfect and you had to work harder than, and that often ended up as a woman making your way up. You were exhausted. I don't walk very well, and because I also had an accident, and I used to do my level best not to talk about that, and now I realize a very high proportion of the population actually has some sort of physical or mental health disability, and it's really important that we as leaders talk about that. I've given lots of talks in my life, but the one that was the most popular in television was when I talked about the menopause and said how badly I was affected by the menopause. And complete strangers came up to me in the street afterwards and embraced me and said, at last a woman talked about the menopause. And actually, as a result of that, I realized, gosh, this is a really popular subject. And I commissioned the film with Davina McCall about the menopause, which was an HRT, which resulted in HRT being so popular that Britain ran out of some forms of HRT, and I was furious, and I thought, who is to blame for this, that Britain ran out of HRT? And then I realized it was me. And finally, Rachel, first, tell us, what is the Children's Commissioner of England? Because that's a very grand we would all like.
So the Children's Commissioner's role was set up 20 years ago after the terrible death of Victoria Climbié, a little girl who was killed by her parents, but all the officials in her life, the social workers, doctors, missed it. So this role was created to try to make sure that never happened again. It has happened again. But the role is here to protect and promote the rights of children, to take the voices of young people to Parliament, and to try and make a change and make a difference for young people. So, you know, it's a real privilege to have it. Before that, I was a head teacher and ran schools, but I've been doing this job since 2021. I literally, the day lockdown came off, came into this role. So, yeah.
Lucky you.
Important, really important.
Unfortunate.
Yeah.
So tell us, if you will, about something that happened to you at school that made you think, I could be the Children's Commissioner of England one day?
Well, I would never have thought I could be that. So I come from a small town up north called Scunthorpe. I'm the daughter of a steelworker, and my mother was a refugee, a post-war refugee. She came as a baby to this little girl to this country with tuberculosis, terribly ill. And we were not, I had 3 brothers, I've still got 3 brothers, and we were not very well off. But in my family, basically, I don't think it was ever thought, no one had been to university, and nobody ever thought I would go to university, and in fact, you know, my brothers got driving lessons and got pocket money and I didn't. I went to work. Yeah, so as a little one, I'd watched this. And at school, I was taught by nuns at school. This was a long time ago, guys, and I remember Sister Anna, and I love it. I mean, I was very happy, but I remember one of the nuns saying to me, she was a cookery teacher, and she said, you don't like washing up, you know, you don't like cooking, so I was quite a clever little thing. She was like, you'll never get a husband. And so it was not very, like, you know, that was quite tough, isn't it? You can't imagine someone saying that now. But when I went to sixth form, I had this fantastic teacher, and I loved this subject. And I wasn't always the best student because I had to walk in 3 miles, and it was quite tough, and I was always at work a lot. But I decided in year 13 at Easter that I might want to go to university, which probably sounds a bit like crazy, like how did it get that long? But my dad had said to me, at 18 you're out, you've got to get a job, you're not paying for you to go to university. So I thought, oh. And I remember plucking up all my courage and going to this teacher and saying, you know, I think I might want to go to university. I really love my subject. And he said to me, you know, of course. And he said, where do you want to go? Oxford, Cambridge, Durham. He said, you know, I'll help you. And I just thought, wow. And that was the moment.
Oh, that's a wonderful story. And why for you, you're in such an important position, we often hear you on the radio and television, why for you is being a national leader something very satisfying?
Make things happen. It's fantastic. So for me, as Children's Commissioner, I get to go to the places because I'm meant to work with the most vulnerable children. So I go to Kent and see the children arriving on the small boats, asylum-seeking children. I go to mental health wards. I get to go everywhere. And I get to listen and hear the stories of children. And as a woman, I think sometimes we've got a real superpower. I've been able to open and let people tell us that and talk to us about that. But then I get the chance to try and do something about it for them. And that's the leadership thing, and that's why it's worth it. So let me give you an example, a tough example. You will all remember, I remember when Child Q was strip searched in her school in Hackney. I don't know if you remember that being on the news. So the police went, her teachers thought she smelt of drugs. The police came, they took her into a room, strip searched her. She was on her period, it was horrible. And I thought, I'm Children's Commissioner. No little girl is going to suffer that on my watch. So I went and talked to her team and her family, and they said, and they'd been told that this didn't happen, that it was a one-off, it was like something that hadn't happened to anyone else. So I used one of my superpowers, which is any public body that has anything to do with children has to give me the data, right? They can't say no, I'll have them in the High Court. So I used that power with the Metropolitan Police and eventually with all the police to find out exactly how many children had suffered that and where. And what I found out was it was mainly black children, mainly black boys, and they'd been strip searched in this way. This is before arrest, in places from KFC to outside, you know, outside parks, all sorts of places, totally wrong. And I published that data with the media, front page of the Sunday Times, and I worked with the police and the Home Office, and what we've managed to do is not one child in Hackney has been strip searched since then. Half the number of children are now been strip searched. It's still going too slow. I've collected that data for 4 years. But now the Home Office have finally agreed. I made the police chiefs agree to change. Not most, some of them have. Half the number in London now, but it's still got to be better. And finally, I've got the Home Office to agree to change the rules. It's taken 4 years. I never gave up. And it was so refreshing to go into the Home Office to 2 women Home Office ministers for the first time, instead of, for the last few years, I've been going in, so please do something about this, da, 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 and to actually have 2 women ministers say, yeah, we're going to do it. So making the change, never giving up, seeing the truth, speaking truth to power, but making a difference. That's what women's leadership is.
Wow. Well, thank you. Of the United Kingdom. Now, start thinking about your questions, but I'm going to go around the panel now and ask them a more fun question, which is, what's been a really fun thing about being a woman leader? You know, you've told us about being able to make real change, also fun. And mine, I've mentioned this before to Vanessa, mine was that I interviewed Nelson Mandela, which was maybe the high point of my journalistic life. And the thing that I admired about him is this, that quite often I meet MPs, and a lot of British MPs look exactly the same. They are white, overweight, unhealthy, and have glasses, and there are 600, well, maybe there are about 400 of them are men, and they all look the same, and they never introduce themselves to you. So you meet them, and you think, I'm not actually quite sure who you are. But when I interviewed Nelson Mandela, he came into the room, and he worked out the hierarchy of the film crew, and he worked out that in the hierarchy, at the bottom, but it's not the bottom because each person has a different role, was the electrician. So he went up to the electrician and said, hello, I'm Nelson. And then he went to the sound man and said, hello, I'm Nelson. And then he went to the cameraman, and then he went to the researcher, and then he went to me as the producer-director and said, I'm Nelson. And I wanted to say to him, I think we know you're probably the most famous person in the world at this moment because apartheid was just about to end at that point. But I always really admired him because he introduced himself. Anyway, that was my fun thing. Now, who would like to go next? Nusrat.
Well, I don't mind going next because, I mean, it wasn't what I was thinking, but I don't mind sharing the story because it's reminded me of when you shared your vignette. You know, I love the quote from Maya Angelou, it's not about, you know, people don't often remember what you've said, but people always remember how you made them feel. And so whenever I'm in rooms meeting new leaders and new people, it's always that thing about how do they make you feel. And I don't know if Tina will remember this actually, but I think it was back in 2017 or 2018, I was invited to Chicago to go join and speak at the inaugural Obama Foundation Summit. And we had just finished off speaking on a panel about girls' education and had to go and do a bit of taking a photograph for the press, be up backstage. And at that particular moment, President Obama walks in, and I actually didn't even realize it was President Obama because we were all just huddling around in a circle, and suddenly someone's there next to me, and I nearly bump into them. So I just say, oh, I'm so sorry. And then I look up, and it's suddenly President Obama. And then I was just about to introduce myself, and at that moment, he just said, oh, I know who you are. And then we ended up having a really lovely conversation with everyone backstage, and it was just so spontaneous. But you know that thing about, you know, no matter who you are and that hierarchy and, you know, just being in that space where you want to listen to someone and their story and respecting that individual, you know, is one of the things that I love about being in this space. But if I take it back to your original question, you know, the National Theatre, a lot of the times people think about it as, you know, you have to be an actor and you have to be a theatre director. But I didn't know this actually until I joined the National Theatre, the biggest factory in London, because actually it's not a home for just actors. There's so many things happening backstage. The technical capabilities and skills for our workforce is incredible. So we have carpenters, we have metal workers, we have an entire room and specialists whose job is tie-dyeing, for example. So it's so niche and so particular, and the diversity of skills and things that it requires is so amazing, and Rachel has seen so much of this and we'll be able to speak more to it. But I think the thing about being a leader in that space means, you know, there are so many possibilities of things out there, and right now you're all studying in school. And when I was growing up, we were told, oh, you might be preparing or reading, you know, I read law at university, and it was about, you might be preparing for a job that does not yet exist. And that's ultimately the case for you all in this room at the moment. We have all of these technical skills going on backstage, but the world is changing so fast as well. And so you're all probably preparing for jobs that don't yet exist and seeing how that will play into the future, as well as the depth of what's available for you, and learning about what's available out there is a thing that I've enjoyed a lot.
It sounds like you're learning lots of new things every day in your job as a leader.
Yeah, absolutely. Well, I have to admit, theatre is not my background. So I didn't grow up thinking, oh, I want to work in theatre. I grew up thinking, I really want to create a positive, meaningful impact, whether that's with people's individually, or whether that's in society and influencing systemic change. And so actually, I read law at university, worked in business in a boutique consultancy. So it was very, very corporate. But, you know, the pandemic had made so many people think about what it is that they want to do in their lives. And I really just wanted to try something different and think about especially that kind of that national footprint of being here in the UK. In my previous job, I was traveling quite a lot, and I had the fortunate chances to meet lots of people overseas. But I really wanted to think about that UK footprint, and the cultural capital that we have here in the UK, particularly with the arts, is absolutely incredible. We have freedom of expressions in our art that speaks to communities in ways that we can't in lots of other ways. And so that cultural capital, and then the opportunity to think about creating systemic change in the National Theatre. We've got the word national in the name, so it's a theatre for the nation. And joining those two things together was important.
Thank you. So, Rachel, you've told us about something very weighty and serious that you achieved. Is there a fun bit in your job?
Absolutely. Look, I think the great thing about being a woman leader is if you really choose to do the thing you love and you're determined, every day just feels great. It's wonderful. And I think we often think, oh, we've got to work hard and it's all going to be tough. But actually, I always chose to do the things I really love to do. And so every day is like amazing. And you never know where you're going to be. Might be in the media, in the BBC. You might be, recently I was in Australia. I spent, this probably sounds serious again, but I spent Anzac Day with the 15 most tough children in prison in Australia. And they...
Sounds like fun.
They made me cakes and we had a great day. And actually, it's the people you meet. It's great. And the other thing, I think so you never know where you're going to be. And if you do what you love, every day is a joy. And I think you should really work hard on thinking about what's going to suit you and what you'll really enjoy. I always did, from teacher to head teacher to this job, it's like every day is a joy. So it's hard work and you've got to be determined, but fun too. But I think the other thing, real joy for me as a woman leader, is seeing my other women come up. So the people that I appointed to be head teachers, or the people I appointed, into jobs, actually watching them do incredibly well, and feeling that real joy of it as well. I think that's something we do well as women leaders.
Thank you. And finally, this Rachel.
Well, I think the two Rachels share fairly similar views on this, actually. I think really similar to what you're just saying. I feel so lucky to do something that, for me, started off as, as a hobby, as a child, like we were saying before, self-expression through the arts, and that's become the thing I get to do every day. So my job itself is so fun, like being in a rehearsal room, making the work, and also leading an organisation. So not only am I an artistic leader, so I'm making the work, but I'm also co-chief executive of the whole organisation. So I also get to work with the whole staff and the kind of working out how we develop the staff, working across the sector, so working with other organisations like the National Theatre, looking at how we hold the voices of children and young people really central in the work that we're doing and across the sector. I think a really big thing for me is also moving into a place, and it kind of comes back to what we were saying about woman leader. One of the things I'm really enjoying is actually, as a disabled woman, now being in a place of where I had seen in my 20s somebody 20 years ahead of me, and going, oh, I can now hopefully be that for other women coming through, coming up, kind of looking at how we all change this sector for the better, and how we change the arts sector, which is so important in this country for so many reasons, for financial reasons, actually, for income, for but specifically actually because we're a country that really celebrates the arts. We're built on the arts, and the idea as well of freedom of speech and how important that is. So many things. I can't stop talking about how fun my job is, because it's so fun.
I want all those jobs. They all sound great and are really inspiring. But now, may I invite you, if you have any questions. Oh, you were first. Right, I admire that. So I can't read your table number, but if we could bring the microphone here.
Hi, my name is Tanha. I'm from Mulberry Stepney Green. My question is to all four of you, that what can we do right now as 16-year-olds to contribute globally to help girls around the world? Because most of the things everyone has spoken about is like big figures, like all the people making a change. What can we do right now to make a change?
Right, who would like to go with that? I mean, I would always say, because I'm a journalist, look around you and see if there's something there that you think is wrong, and you can campaign to change it. When I was at school, I knew a woman who used a wheelchair, and the council didn't give her a ramp, so she literally couldn't get into and out of her house. So I had to work out, how do you go to the council and get somebody a ramp? And I was about 15, and my friend and I did that. So I would always say, as a journalist, that there are bad things happening all around you, and you can just decide that's not good and I'm going to change it. I'm sure in your school there isn't anything bad at all.
Absolutely.
Thank you.
There's
yes.
Right. Just quickly, so I used to feel that kind of like, oh, I'm just like, when I was 16 even, nobody listened to me. But I remember I was very concerned. I remember I said Mum's family were refugees. I was very concerned about what was happening in the USSR, about dissidents who were locked. And there was one particular one that I was really bothered about. So I wrote to the Prime Minister. I was just a little girl from Scunthorpe, didn't think anything. And I couldn't believe it when she wrote back It was the first woman Prime Minister, it was Margaret Thatcher. She wrote back to me. I'd written to her in Ukrainian, because that's where, and she wrote back in Ukrainian. I don't know how she did that. And a few weeks later, that dissident was freed. And it made me think we've got more power than we realise. And what I can tell you is that, because I work every day with prime ministers, leaders of opposition, you know, secretaries of state for education, MPs, in that building over there in Westminster, they really want to hear from you. And actually, if you come together, your voices are incredibly powerful. So you need to use people like your head teachers, people like me, to get your voices across and make the change on the things you're passionate about. I know what I was passionate about, but for you, there are going to be things that really matter to you. And you can do that. There's writing letters, there's getting involved in things like, I have a group of young ambassadors, we do surveys, there's lots and lots of ways to get involved with things, and your head teacher will know lots of that, and you can see things online, but never underestimate the power of your voice. And politicians especially, when first thing I did in my role was do a survey called the Big Ask Survey, and 500,000 children answered it just after lockdown, saying what they wanted, what they needed to thrive after lockdown, what they wanted it to do for their future. And the number 10, so number 10 Downing Street, who are like so the Prime Minister was Boris Johnson, and number 10 Downing Street, the communications people were like, we've just put a new Secretary of State in, we're not going to let him support her survey going out, right? Because they were like, it looks like she's making this new Secretary of State say things rather than the other way around. And the Secretary of State, it was Nadine Zahawi, and he looked at the survey and he said, oh my God, it's 500,000 children. He said, I don't care about number 10, we're going to take the voices out there. So if you can get numbers of voices as well, it's amazing how much power you can have. Politicians, and I think it's on top of, and alongside Dorothy's point, politicians and others will change things if they think the voice is loud enough. You've got more power than you think you have. That's the point of a democracy.
Thank you. I think you wanted to say something.
No, I completely agree with Rachel, but I would just add to that and say when you're speaking and communicating, there's so much power in that storytelling. So, like for example, today, don't go back after today and not share with your colleagues and your fellow students at school what it is that you've been up to today. Go share what you've learned and you've taken away from today. How has it inspired you? Is there something that you want to get involved with locally in your school or your community? Go home and speak to those around you to share what it is that you've learned from today. And there's power in that storytelling. It's so much better when someone you trust says something to you about an experience. And you believe it more in that sense of what it is that you're trying to say. So share and do that by sharing stories is what I would say.
Thank you. So may we have our next question, please? Hi. Yes, here.
Hi, Yasmin Shihumi from Francis Bardsley Academy. My question was, how do you think the arts plays a role in tangible political or social change?
Thank you. Well, I'll come to answer that. Thank you.
Nusrat just said the magic word there, which is storytelling. And I think, obviously, what we do in the arts, and so particularly in theatre, is tell stories. That's what predominantly I am, is a storyteller. What we're doing also, for me, is we need to be holding a mirror up to the world. And so I think great art is both something that is reflecting the world, challenging the world, and we can do that in lots and lots of different ways. Sometimes the world is a hard place, and what we reflect back is we need escapism and joy and light. And sometimes that world needs challenging and poking and provoking and really asking questions of it. So I think the arts has a really, really active part to play in that. And I think, as again Nusrat said really clearly earlier, we have. There are challenges about this at the moment, which I won't necessarily go. There are things that have been a show that was recently cancelled. There have been kind of challenges to this idea, but the importance of freedom of speech in the arts within the UK is so it's so important that we in the arts are allowed to ask questions of the world. I think predominantly also I'm a storyteller who asks questions of the world. That is what I think my job is to do.
And just to kind of add to that, to give some, share some examples of things that we've done at the National Theatre to really showcase, things that are really important for our society. Recently, and this is when I first joined, we had Grenfell on one of our theatres, the story of Grenfell Fire. And it was a real moment for, it was verbatim theatre, so it meant that the entire script was the words of the survivors. And it was the first time that the survivors were able to use the platform of storytelling and theatre to share their story about how it feels to be a survivor from the tragedy. And that's such an important story in modern British history. Recently, we also had the production of Nye, talking about the kind of formation of the NHS, something we are so proud of in this country because it's about giving everyone dignity at the time of need. And so actually what that production does is it doesn't just celebrate the NHS for this country, but also showcases some of the implications that the NHS now has because of the, for example, lack of funding. And so actually we've been able to really curate spaces where for one of our nights, we've been able to fill the entire auditorium, almost the entire auditorium, with NHS healthcare workers and really invite them into the room with politicians and patrons and other people and leaders in the UK to be able to nurture conversations and curate conversations to happen between those on the grass roots and on the grounds of experience who are experiencing all sorts, but also with those who are decision makers. So the arts can influence those conversations, and we are.
Thank you. So our next question, number 3, is over here.
Hello.
There's one over there, look.
All right, do we not have a microphone there? Okay, do we have a microphone here?
Hi, my name is. My question to you is, what do you think is the most important quality to have as a woman leader?
Well, I think we should answer this quickly. I would say honesty.
Courage.
Self-awareness and the ability to listen.
Compassion.
Oh, well, if someone had all those things, well, I'm sure you have them all. So another question, and do we have, number 3, has number 3 now got a microphone? Excellent.
Hi, my name is Jakeen, and I wanted to ask, I'm from the Eastbourne Academy, and I wanted to ask, this is a question to Rachel. After the accident, did you think you could ever do this again, or did you ever doubt yourself?
Yeah, many times, to be honest. I was supposed to be going to university to do a performance degree. I was supposed to be going to do dance, and at the time, I felt like I had to stop. I didn't feel like I could carry on doing the kind of career trajectory that I thought I was going to do and the training I was going to do. And it really, I started university. So again, think about me at 19, I started university with a stick, and I finished university as a wheelchair user. So it was a really, really challenging time of having to relearn who I was, how I worked, how I engaged with the world. And like I said, I think a lot of my 20s were sort of trying to figure out how I fitted. And we're talking also about, again, a kind of London theatre world where, at that point, lots of people are making shows in kind of what's called fringe theatres in your early career, which are fringe theatres, and they're upstairs above pubs, and there's no access support. 20 odd years ago, there was no access support available. These things it was just get on with it, and I just couldn't do that. I didn't fit into any of those boxes. So there were many times where I felt like that wasn't going to work. And then I had one person I had lots of people in that time who really did champion me and believe me, but one person in particular who worked at the Young Vic Theatre, who offered me an opportunity as an assistant director, and that was completely changed my self-belief. It was came at a moment where I thought, I'm never going to be able to do this. This world isn't for me. I should just stop. And when I was about 26, and this person went, no, I think you can. I think you can do this. We just have to figure out how. And that was, like I said, nearly 20 years ago, and it was a huge turning point for me, about me really needing to embrace who I was, how I work, and then shifting and changing so that I had to change the environments around me to make that work for me too.
Thank you very much indeed. That was, yeah. Very, now our next question. Oh, I should go over there somewhere because we haven't had a question from over there. So if somebody can take a microphone.
I'm Phoebe Fallara from Hatcham College, and I wanted to ask how you as female leaders think you can prevent gender discrimination and promote equality in your different spaces.
What was it you said? I didn't quite catch
How do you think as women leaders that you can prevent gender discrimination and promote equality in your spaces?
Right, well there's a very big question. I mean, I would say very briefly, always stand up for yourself and other people and don't take any nonsense from anybody to start with. But would someone else like to say their view about it?
Yeah, I'm absolutely happy to start because this is what I do day in, day out. And so I think for me, it's really easy in my world, so not theatre, but the kind of diversity, equity and inclusion world, for you to get so focused on things that can start to feel quite performative, actually. So it's always important to remember what's the bigger picture, what's the purpose, and also, is it going to create systemic change? And in order to create systemic change, it needs to include two things. It needs to include, data. You need to be able to make evidence-informed decisions. And it also needs to include voices and stories and, input from people. And so you need to be able to put the two things together in order to really make informed decisions around what you need to do. And so that would be my bit of advice around how we could make sure that we are protecting everyone, particularly thinking about the kind of Equality Act and the protection that gives to our society.
So the Rachels, briefly.
So Phoebe, thanks for that question. One of the things I'm worried about, so rather than answering generally about the whole question, I wanted to talk, my answer to this, I wanted to talk about girls, actually. One of the things I've really noticed through the girls we speak to all across the country and their responses to all our surveys is that I feel that in some ways, the things that we fought for equality and anti-discrimination and empowerment of girls, some of those things I worry have started to come backwards. The law might be there, but when I hear from girls about what their experiences are like in the classroom sometimes with boys, the things they're hearing, what's happening on social media, when I look at the mental health statistics, when I look at underdiagnosis of need for girls, when I look at happiness, so in our surveys, the most unhappy group are older teenage girls. And I really worry, both in terms of what we're seeing on the media, in terms of what every day is like, in terms of how services are missing what girls need. I really worry that we're going backwards rather than forwards, and that you're not going to go backwards, but you're going to have to be really strong and self-aware and thoughtful about not getting sucked into some of the things that make that happen, whether that's social media or other things. And what I have to do, and what many colleagues here and others need to do, is to be challenging, both in education, in health, and nationally, and really making a clear sort of case for why we need to be supporting girls and telling the truth about what's happening. I see and hear some shocking things. So there is still a big battle for real anti-discrimination and empowerment for girls. And I mean, I talk to ministers about that, and we try and make change there, but I think it's a reality in everyday life. So when you feel it, don't think it's nothing, it's real. And especially around some of the images and things that you see on social media, the way girls and women are spoken about, violence against girls and women, issues around sexuality and expectations. You've got a lot to put up with, but you need to be really strong, because who will change the next generation and who will change this for girls is you. And we need to support you. But the job, it is not done yet. There is a lot to do. That's why I'm so keen on this conference and actually coming together as girls and women, because there is a massive issue still in this country, and it's real, but across the world as well.
Well, we're almost out of time, so I'm going to ask you, Rachel, would you like to give your answer to that?
I guess I've got a bit of a question to ask, which is a question I think about a lot, which is, what do we all need to give and get our best from our day-to-day, from our work, from our relationships with each other? And it makes me think about how that sits with standing up for people, with systemic change, with the world that we're living in right now for girls and for the future of girls, and how it kind of hooks back to some of the earlier questions as well. How can we all use this network in this room, across our schools, our cities, the world, to really support each other, to give and get our best, so that we can really, really ensure that the future is completely representative of the world we want it to be, that we all create the world that we want to live in together?
Well, you can tell they're top women because they finished precisely on time. So you are an absolute inspiration to me, and I'm sure to everybody here and to all the others listening. So thank you very much indeed.
Thank you.
Thank you everyone for your amazing contributions. We're so grateful for the time and insight that you've shared with us all today. Can we please give them another massive round of applause?
There will now be a break upstairs in the Pickwick Suite. Delegates, please be ready to go, but do not move until your table is dismissed. Thank you, and see you back in 15 minutes.
Welcome back, everyone. We hope you break.
In this section, we will be focusing on women's leadership at a local level, showing you all how you can start making a change in society.
First up in this part, we have a world premiere of a short film.
Starting in May 2024, 6 students from Cornwall School for Girls, 6 students from Mulberry School for Girls, and 7 older women local to Tower Hamlets worked with an arts organisation called Magic Me.
Together, they have created a short film named Her Story, Our Inspiration, looking at how women can make change and the power of role models in our lives. After the film, we are delighted to be joined by some of the participants in this project. Please enjoy.
What do we want?
Equal rights.
When do we want it?
Now.
What do we want?
Equal rights.
When do we want it?
Now.
What do we want?
Equal rights.
When do we want it?
Now.
What do we want?
Equal rights.
When do we want it?
Now.
What do we want?
Equal rights.
When do we want it? Now.
There's inspiration in everything, to be honest, but you just have to find the one that fits you. I think it's important to look to the past, the present, and the future. Any story you hear can always give you that little spark of inspiration that can change you as a human.
Rosa Parks, a freedom helper, speaking up as she stands her ground, loud and proud, inspiring others, leading what she knows, a brave woman as she goes.
Mary Wollstonecraft. She was able to start up an all-girls school and become a successful author.
Noor Inayat Khan was a British Indian spy. She was shot at 30 years old and never even revealed her name.
The Ford woman. In 1968, the bosses at the Ford factory in Dagenham decided that the women sewing machinists should get less pay than men doing a similarly skilled job. All of the 187 female machinists went on strike for 4 weeks and the factory had to stop producing cars. The sewing machinist strike led directly to the Equal Pay Act of 1970. They never gave up until they got what they wanted.
Annie Besant. She got elected to the Education Board of London despite being a Victorian lady. She made healthcare and education free for children. We can go to school for free because she persevered and did not give up. She fought for the children's rights.
Rosa May Billinghurst survived polio as a child. She became a suffragette. She was a passionate protester and showed enormous courage in the face of adversity.
Strikers in Saris. In 1976, at the film processing factory in Brunswick in West London, female South Asian women who worked at the factory protested due to poor pay, poor working conditions, intimidation. The factory refused to change. The unions withdrew their support. Many of the women lost their jobs.
But it didn't stop there. Their legacy carried on to empower other women to protest for what they want.
Women can't feel safe alone at night.
Reclaim the streets. Reclaim the streets.
You are doing the same work, but you find the man gets more pay than you.
No justice.
Taxing out loud. Say no to taxing out loud. Say no to taxing out loud.
We have to keep looking at the woman of the past and to remember them all the time because they are the ones who made us to be here today. So we'll continue from where they left, but they will never ever be forgotten.
Something that we should learn from the past women is that we need to preserve what they have fought for and keep going on with the legacy.
We are where we are because of what they have done. So if we continue and do something, we are going to be going in the right direction and creating a far better world.
Because of Harriet Tubman, I will remember to always voice what I believe and know is right.
Because of Annie Besant, I will fight for the rights of women's education.
Because of Jacqueline Wilson, I will encourage young girls to read and write books.
Because of Dr. Muna Abu-Jaban, I believe we should help people who support others.
Because of Judi Dench, I will remember to encourage myself and recognise achievements.
Because of Greta Thunberg, I will raise more awareness about climate change so young people will be educated on this important topic.
I will keep raising awareness. As women and girls, we have the right to say no to abuse without fear.
My mother was a loving fighter and I wanted to be like her.
My mother, my mom, my courage, my support.
My mom, mother of 12, office typer, loving rebeller.
Because of my grandmother, I will continue to be grateful for my family and share all the kindness I receive from them.
Because of my mother, I'll continue to instill confidence and self-esteem in the next generation of girls.
Power to us women. We will fight for equal rights.
There's inspiration everywhere, and even through joining this project, I found inspiration in myself. So you should know that you can find inspiration within yourself as well.
When I learn new things about myself, I feel like it's inspiring and it's also like motivational for me to like just keep going and keep doing what I'm doing and keep being proud.
You are more than enough. If you have that at the back of your mind, knowing that I'm more than enough, then that gives you the energy to feel that you are also powerful, you can do something, and especially you are helping the generation to come.
Hello everyone, my name is Dr. Vincent. I'm Director of Research, Innovation and Improvement within Mulberry Schools Trust, and I'm really delighted to be able to introduce to you some of the 3 student filmmakers responsible for that fantastic piece of art. Let's give them another round of applause. Thank you. So ask these young women to start by introducing themselves.
Good morning, my name is Fariha and I'm in Year 10 in Mulberry School for Girls.
Good morning. My name is Amna, and I'm currently in Year 10 at Cornell School for Girls.
Hi, my name is Nia. I'm in Year 10 at Connaught School for Girls.
Thank you. So I want to ask you about your experience of making this film, because I know that in doing this project, you worked together with girls from another school who you'd never worked with or even met before. And you also worked with a group of older women from the local community, some of whom I know are watching and are here today, which is great. So can you... They're up in the gallery giving you their support. So can you tell us, what was it like working with that group on this project?
For me, it was very exciting because obviously working with older women, it allows us to have a perspective of different experiences as they've like perceived life more than us, obviously. And it's also like, it was nice working with people our age, but also different people, because it developed my social skills as well.
For me, I was a bit nervous at first, but we quickly realized our similarities in how we want to express our ideas and thoughts into the film.
In this experience, I liked it a lot. In the beginning, when I found out about it, I was scared, but as the experience went on, I did enjoy it. Working with older women didn't really feel like there was a big age gap because of how well we was able to connect. And working with the students from another school, it was really fun because we was able to click with no awkwardness.
Thank you. So now I'm going to ask you about some of the inspirational women that you learnt about during the course of this project. And I know you learnt about individuals and groups of women. So can you please tell us about one of the individuals or one of the stories that you learnt about that you find particularly inspirational?
For me specifically, I had been told to work on Mary Wollstonecraft, and she's very inspiring as she advocated for women's educational rights and social rights as well. And that wasn't like common during her time because she was one of the first women to have advocated for that stuff.
For me, some stories that were inspirational were the Ford woman and the strikers in saris, because it wasn't one individual showing what they believe into society, but it was a whole group of women coming together, uniting, and showing that they want change in their lives. And for me, I think that it doesn't always have to be a person from a history book that inspires you. It can always be someone close to you or someone you know. Like for me, someone who's always inspired me was my mom, my sister, and my friends. And their lives, their advice, it shows that how can you become a better person. And I think that when you find out something that inspires you, you should always carry on that message and pass it on to others.
What inspired me the most was the suffragettes, how they was able to stand up for themselves for what was right so they could have the right to vote. I feel like in a society full of men who were a priority, it's hard to do that. And for them to have the confidence and to have a strong belief in what they want, I feel like it's very inspiring and motivational to keep going. And what you think is right, I think you should explore it and try and make a change.
Thank you. So we have one final question for you, which is about you and your own lives, because of course we're here today to talk about the challenges that women face and also the women who inspire us. And we're also here to think about what we can each do in our own lives, in our communities, and in our future to make a positive difference and to help other women. So I'd like you to tell us one thing that you learned from making this project that you're going to take forwards into your own lives to inspire you and to inspire others.
One thing I'll take from this project is definitely the social skills I've gained, because before this it was very hard to interact with people, but from this 6-week journey, I had to do a lot of talking with other people, new people, older people, and I've learned from that. And I'm also applying this in this conference as well, talking to new people as well, and that's something I'll take into the future.
Something I learned was that I've learned to send out my message and the ideas that I want to show in a group of people that I didn't know before, and you have to make those connections and gain the experience from the older women and our ideas and thinking about what we can change in the future.
Something I've taken from this project is don't be ashamed or embarrassed to be a woman, because that's who you are at the end of the day. If you have anything that you want to change or that you're unhappy about, remember that you can always proceed in it. Be confident, always have your head up, and always remember that you're your own person. Don't think about what other people have to say about you, because at the end of the day, you're the only person that's going to take you to where you want to be in life.
Thank you. So I'd like to finish by saying thank you and well done to our student filmmakers on stage, and also those who are here as delegates, and to the older women and the filmmakers who are here watching. Thank you very much.
Thank you everyone for that fascinating conversation. I think there's a lot for us all to take away from that.
Now, to look more deeply about the role women can have as change makers at a local level, please join us in welcoming back Dr. Vanessa Ogden, and for the first time today, Jane Farrell, founder of EW Group, and Lamide Odanye, co-founder of Live.
Wow, thank you so much to young women and to the older women here in the audience and those who couldn't be with us today for such an inspiring film and such incisive commentary that we've just heard on that experience. And so this section of the discussion today is really about building a new day. So we've heard her story, our inspiration. There are so many individual women who are agents of change right across the world at local level. And some of those ideas lead to national change, as we heard with the Ford women, for example. So their local work then led to a national change in the law, and we had the Equal Pay Act of 1976. Here we have two amazing women who've made significant impact in their fields, being agents of change and thinking about what it could be to build a new day, to have those ideas, to start something that then leads to further social change. So welcome, Jane, a significant figure in social business and setting up your business Equality Works 30 years ago in response to problems with inequity in the workplace. And Lamide, who's been a mover and shaker ever since she burst onto the scene as a young social entrepreneur in year 13, having done volunteering for a number of years before that whilst at school. So we're looking at leadership at grassroots level, individual agency that leads to social change, and we've just heard these amazing stories of women who've been dissatisfied with how things were around them and then taken action. And often this has been individual or small group and a decision to act, to really do something. So first of all, we have your bios in the brochures, and I'm sure you've had a chance to read them. If you haven't, have a look at them now. And we know a little bit already about you. So could you tell us, each of you, what your social business or enterprise is and what inspired you to start it? So Jane first.
Okay, so I was a teacher and a lecturer in education, and I did that for about 10 years at the beginning of my career. And I got more and more interested in how, as an English teacher, I needed to understand the students in front of me and the context in which they were living in order to be a good English teacher. So that might be the books that I was choosing to bring into the classroom, where students could see themselves in the novels, in the plays, in the poetry. And that really, really fascinated me. So I just kept on thinking about that and thinking about the socio-economic factors, sex and disability and sexual orientation and all of that. And then I thought, well, it's not only me as an English teacher in a classroom that needs to understand that. This whole school needs to understand it. Not only this school, the college, not only the college, but the local hospital. And basically, in the end, I thought, this is what I want to do with my life. I want to work on helping companies and organisations think about who gets what, who gets access to great education and healthcare, who gets what treatment when they go into the hospital or into a shop, and what are the outcomes. Look at the patterns around, for example, where men and women are. So that's what I've done for the odd 30 years, and I can't think of a better thing to do with my life, really. It's creatively disrupting who gets what in the world. That's my job.
And you've moved on to really deal with some very well-known organisations. Obviously, we won't say who they are, but you've been called in to deal with some quite intractable and serious problems.
Yes, I quite often get called when a company is on the front page of the newspaper having got into trouble. So it might be around racial or sexual harassment, it might be around very bad treatment of customers, etc., etc. So my job is to go in and help them sort out that presenting issue. But the really interesting question is, how did they make those mistakes in the first place? And how do I help them make sure that they don't do it again? So there's the presenting issue, and then it's how they can make sure it doesn't happen again. And then on the very, very good days, what it means is those companies are much, much better at what they do. They're it makes them a stronger, better business, as well as not ending up in the courtroom.
Great. And so, Lamide, what was the social problem that you identified, and why have you responded to it in that way? And you've done so, you know, from a very young age. You've seen things around you that you felt were wrong and needed to be challenged, or opportunities that weren't there for people and needed to be there. So just tell us about yourself and what you've done with your time so far in these very early days.
Sure. So LIVE essentially is a social enterprise that teaches students in secondary school and sixth form soft skills. So we talk about creativity, confidence, communication, leadership, and networking. And the reason my co-founder, who's my best friend, and I started it was because we went to a McKinsey leadership program in year 13, and we wanted to have something to put on a personal statement, on our CV. And when we went there, it was really good. It was 3 days, but we realized that a lot of people there, the reason they were there is because McKinsey had a good relationship with their schools and they went to private schools. The reason we were there is because we Googled what can we do in the summer, and we were quite proactive and like courageous, I guess. And we realized at that moment you shouldn't have to be a certain type of person to get opportunities, especially at a young age. So we're like, okay, with LIVE, how can we give access to opportunities you might not otherwise know about, and also information as well, because you don't know what you don't know. So it's not even about, there are not many opportunities for young people, it's the access to receiving those opportunities. So ultimately, with that, we realized soft skills training is a way to ultimately reduce youth unemployment and also increase social mobility. Because if you know what you want to do with your life and the pathway to get there and the support to get there, you can do anything that you want to do. Like, if you say, I'm gonna go to the moon tomorrow, I know I can get there because I can contact the right people to do that. And I also have the confidence to believe I can do that. But many other young people don't have that same thing, and we want to be able to play our own part to solve that.
So in some ways, that's about practice and having the opportunity to practice in spaces where, you know, there is perhaps support or where you feel confident.
Definitely.
And then be able to know how to do that, move out of your comfort zone. And part of it's about networks. You just mentioned networks, really. How important are networks?
Everything. I'm on this stage because of my network. So I think, but with networks, a lot of people think of networking like climbing the ladder. But to me, it's making genuine relationships and friendships. And I always say that even looking around the people in this room, you don't know where everyone's going to be in 5, 10, 15, 20 years. So don't just think about networking like upwards, but networking across, like making relationships with the people next to you on your table and around you, but also maintaining that. Speak to them in 5 years and 10 years. So, for example, I'm just going to say a quick story. I went to Tobago last week, so I came back last week, and I went there. And in the airport, I saw my friend from secondary school. Haven't seen her since I left. But then she was able to take me out with her family to see Tobago. And I was like, I've not seen you in 8 years, but now I'm in Tobago with you and your family. And that's a network. So it's like, it's very important, and you don't know where it's going to lead you, and you don't know who you can call for help, but it's your network that will really support you and create meaningful relationships and experiences in the future as well.
Yes. And it's interesting, isn't it? You're so right, because I've reflected on this myself, that over time, you know, I've sort of suddenly found myself in a place that I used to be in. When I grew up as a child, I grew up in Wembley Central in North London, and I suddenly found myself about 25 years, maybe even 30 years later, suddenly being asked to do school improvement work in what would have been my local secondary school had I stayed and gone there. So you just don't know where you're going to end up, do you?
Exactly.
But you've been thinking about social entrepreneurship ever since you were younger than school. So just tell us a bit about that.
Okay, so I guess my introduction to social entrepreneurship was through athletics. So I used to be very sporty. I like to say I would have been in the Olympics if I didn't injure my knee, but it's okay. I still made myself
I'm sure you would have been.
And through that, we would train, but our coach always said that we had to give back to the community. So we'd have to, on Saturdays, do like some volunteering to encourage other young people to get involved in sports. So it just kind of became part of my life, and it was a really good way to meet people, to have fun and to stay fit. And then throughout there, you also become more aware of the social issues around your community, but also in the wider world. Like, sometimes I sit down, I'm like, okay, there's so many issues, but what can I actually solve? What can I do? How can I make people feel better? So like, there are different ways to solve an issue, but there's one way that you may know how to do it with what's in your hands currently. So in terms of starting small, I found that really good to just start small, but start young as well, and then you build it up as like a snowball effect. You can do more and more and more because you build up the tenacity, the skills, and it's like a muscle that you develop over time as well.
So a muscle that you sort of go to the gym really with it by volunteering and sort of gradually sort of building up your skills. I know we've got social entrepreneurs here in the audience. I know that we have because we have Abida on table 19. Where's Abida? Abida. Okay, so Abida, would you just tell us about your social entrepreneurship as a young person at school?
Hello, my name is Abida, and growing up in London, I have been confronted with homelessness my whole life. I see people on the streets that are struggling. I see families in overcrowded housings. I see women vulnerable to domestic abuse and violence. So much of homelessness is hidden, so me and my friends decided that we wanted to do something positive. We had big plans. Although homelessness impacts a lot of people in our society and our community, it's never spoken about, so we wanted to spread awareness. So we persuaded our head teacher, Miss Ward, to let us set up a full-size tent in the middle of school to stimulate what being homeless meant to people. We talked about the causes of homelessness, we talked about where to go for support, and this attracted hundreds of visitors. People are still talking about our social action. I'm proud of what we achieved. Many students shared that they had never really thought about homelessness and thanked us for opening their eyes about all the support that is out there. If I helped at least one person in my community, I would be very proud. But I hope I helped many, many more.
Thank you, Abida. Let's give her a round of applause. Yeah, making change. It's something that you can do in your school. I know that we've got Mariam here. Where's Mariam, table 11? Mariam. Great, Mariam.
Hello, I'm Mariam. I felt passionately about the fact that women all over the world do not have access to clean water. In my research, I was horrified to find out the fact that so many women and girls are harassed, attacked, and face violence every day when just trying to collect water, clean water. It was truly disgusting to hear, and so me and my friends decided to support a charity that was run by women for women. We took action in many ways. We held talks to students in different year groups, put up posters about our 7-day water challenge to raise awareness in every room and hallway, ran a creative pop-up well to highlight the physical burden women face when traveling all night, every day collecting water. We also encouraged students and teachers to think about the importance of clean water by hosting a dirty versus clean water stall. We explained that for many women, this was a choice that they had to make. Our campaign was really creative and shocking. We gained a lot of traction and a lot of attention. I was really proud that we raised awareness of this issue, and we even managed to achieve £1,000 in funding for the Forgotten Women charity. Women all over the world need our sisterhood and support. Thank you.
Wow, amazing. A round of applause. Yeah. So can I just take a show of hands? How many others of you have done things like that in your school, volunteering? I think some of that was through First Give and some of that was through Young Enterprise. Just put your hands up so we can see how many of you are already agents of change. Just put your hands up. Yeah, we've got some already here. Okay, all right, we'll come back to that in a minute. Thank you so much, both of you, amazing work. So then just thinking back now from those days to now, what were the two challenges that you faced, particularly as female entrepreneurs and founders? So Lamade first.
Sure. I also have to say that intersectionality is important here. It's not just as a female, I'm like a black young woman as well. And when I started Live, I was 17, I'm 26 now, and I still feel the same challenges in terms of being taken seriously. So as when starting and trying to get into schools, a lot of people like, who are you? Like, where did you come from? So being taken seriously is definitely a challenge. And then also being seen as passionate rather than competent. Like, I'm not just passionate about the work I'm doing. Yes, I am, but I'm also competent. I know that soft skills training is a truly effective way of increasing social mobility and reducing youth unemployment. And it gets quite frustrating when people are, oh, like, you're so passionate about this, but I can't. Yeah. No, this works. And even got to the point that for myself, but then also in terms of credibility, like I got a master's from Oxford in public policy. So it's now like, you can't tell me that it's just passion anymore, that I know what I'm doing and I know what I'm saying. And I also have nearly 10, if not more than 10 years experience in this game as well.
And so how did you come to, apart from your brilliance, how did you come to be at Oxford doing that Masters in Public Policy? Because I knew this. You also got a first-class degree. I mean, you're incredibly modest, but you also got a first-class degree as well. So just tell us a little bit about how you saw that opportunity and really took it.
Sure. I think it is also important to highlight the failures. So in my A-levels, I thought I was all-round student, and it was just mainly because I worked hard. So I did politics, I did psychology, philosophy and ethics, chemistry and biology, and I failed chemistry and biology. I got a D in chemistry. I didn't get to go to the university I initially wanted to go to. So the reason I even got a first class is because I had to prove to myself that I'm a genius, because I kept saying to myself I am. But I had to show that in my evidence that I can be as well. But in learning that, I also had to learn to separate my identity from my academic achievements, which was a journey I'm still on, to be honest. But I think with that, it's knowing that I can do it and trusting myself and also showing up and doing the work. So am I revising? I got to a point in university that I calculated how much every lecture will cost to make sure I go. So it's actually being quite disciplined and not just relying on motivation. And then with Oxford, to be honest, again, it goes back to network. I saw my friends do it, so I knew it was possible. So even if it's not someone close to you, because at that point they weren't, but representation, seeing somebody with a similar background, if it's like a black woman or from my neighborhood, go into these places, I'm like, okay, I can do it too. And then it's also trying, I don't disqualify myself. You can tell me no, but I'm going to tell myself yes, and then I'll see where I go from there.
Okay, thank you so much. Jane?
I think one of the things I really struggled with at first is that I hadn't saved any money. I'd been spending it all in my 20s. Anything I earned as a teacher went. So I didn't have any money. I didn't have a business plan. I had no clue about how to run a business and how to manage all of that. So I just had to take a risk, really. I was absolutely convinced that there was a business case for going into an organisation and saying, you need to recruit the best people, not only the people who look like the people who are at the top already. I just was driven by that conviction. But there were, I found it scary. My family wasn't a wealthy family, etc., so I didn't have family money to fall back on. So, and I had to pay the gas bill. So that was one of the things. And in those days, my business originally was called Equality Works, as you say, Vanessa. Nobody knew what I was talking about. I mean, really, it was like, so the idea, banks were not going to give me any money. So I just basically went from hand to mouth. What it made me do was be able to hone why they needed my services. And I had to do that really well quickly, not having sold a thing in my life before. And I had to get it into my head that selling it's not like a dodgy second-hand car, right? It's something that matters in the world, that I believe in and that I'm passionate about. So it was kind of making that flip and then just living through the fear of not quite being able to meet the rent every month.
And often what stops people is sort of having that financial backing, isn't it? So
yeah.
How possible is it to get seed funding? I mean, Lamade and I sit on a board called the Fair Education Alliance. Gina, who's the chief executive, was here earlier, and they seed fund people's ideas, don't they? Do you want to say a bit about that?
Yes, in terms of seed funding, it's like money, like a pot of money that you need to start. With Live, only until recently did we actually start asking for money. So, but there's money out there, but you just need to know where to ask and how to ask it, and having a clear idea of what you're asking for. Because a lot of times I was doing it as like passion and from my own pockets, whereas if I would have probably been able to grow Live faster and bigger if I'd used the seed funding from early. So that is still something that I'm actively like planning and working towards as well. But yeah, fundraising and asking the right people and ask right questions and pitching it in the right ways is a really good way of getting the seed funding.
Okay, so there is money out there. So let's just go back, before I come back to you, Jane, let's just go out to the audience again. So how many of you, just put your hand up if you've got a big idea, well, it doesn't have to be big, it could be a small idea, but an idea about something that you want to challenge, something that you feel needs to change. It doesn't have to be a big thing or a small thing. Just put your hand up if you've got that in your head. Something needs to change. Right. Okay. So there are enough of you, and I think if those of you who haven't really thought this way before, I am sure there are things in the world that you would feel you could change. And so what you're looking at here are two women who thought that through and then gone out and actually found some of those opportunities. So Fair Education Alliance is one of them. Jane, are there other ways?
Of what, sorry?
Finding seed funding for your
Well,
ideas.
I think the point that's already been raised a number of times this morning is to talk to people and network. We've already agreed, haven't we, to have a cup of tea. So it's something about whenever you meet someone, have that conversation about what you're doing and how it might help solve their problems. I mean, when I set up my business, there wasn't any seed funding that I could ever find, but it was around networking and making sure that people could understand. I really like that point about it's not only about passion. We can help people solve real problems. And so it was persuading people to give me a platform or to come in and pay, whatever tiny amount of money to speak in front of their staff. So it was just like small moments. I remember the first piece of work I did. I mean, I think I probably, if I was earning about £10 a day, it was quite good. It took me so long, but nevertheless, it was experience. So it was just, for me, it was just getting out there and doing what I wanted to do and persuading other people it was worth paying some money for.
Okay, thank you. And so things like volunteering, things like doing work in your community, things like fundraising, and doing all those fundraising activities at school that I know you do, is really the start, isn't it, of how to build your ideas and then to sort of scale it through finding people who will fund you, finding people who will support you, raising your voice here in these platforms, but also elsewhere. But is there one thing, just to finish, is there one piece of advice that looking back to yourself as a 15-year-old, you would now give yourself in order to be able to build that new day that you see, that future that you see?
Well, I think if I was talking to my 15-year-old self, I'd big her up. I would say, you're great. You've got things to say in the world. You'll be all right. Go for it. Because it's like, it's tough. And I would listen to the brilliant teachers who supported me rather than the teacher that wrote this in one of my school reports. Jane has little ability and refuses to use what little she has. I mean, talk about... So in a way, though, I listened to all the good teachers and I thought, well, that's ridiculous what she was saying. I'm all right. So I would big myself up and say, it's going to be all right.
Yeah. I was going to say the same. The first thing I'll say to my 15-year-old is, good job, Lamade. You've done well. But I'll also say, do not despise the days of humble beginnings. Use it to build your foundation and keep going and have fun doing it as well, because the journey ahead is quite long, but it's more fun when you do it with people you enjoy and when you're enjoying yourself as well.
Brilliant. Thank you so much. Well, we're going to hear shortly some voices about the future and the new day in a different way. But for now, if I can just thank with a massive round of applause Jane and Lamade. You're brilliant.
Thank you, Lamide, Dr. Ogden, for that discussion. Hopefully, it's got everyone in here thinking about how they can start their social enterprise.
Please join us in giving them a massive round of applause.
We now have another set of world premieres for you.
As many of you know, throughout this year, Mulberry Schools Trust and Applied Stories have been running Letters to Our Daughters, a creative writing project.
It's been a chance for girls to write to real or imagined daughters or girls around the world to talk about what really matters to them.
We had hundreds of entries from around the world, a select number of which have gone into a collection on each table.
Out of those letters, 7 students were shortlisted by our judging panel to record their work, which you will be able to hear upstairs if you're here in person or on the website if you're watching the stream. We are delighted to now introduce one of our judges, Laura Crudas, CEO of the Confederation of Schools Trust, who will introduce the student performers. Please welcome Laura to the stage.
Thank you so much. It's a great pleasure to be here with you today. And thank you to Dr. Ogden and Ms. Tuffy for inviting me. So I'm just going to very briefly say a word about myself. I'm Leora, and I founded the Confederation of School Trusts, which is the national organisation that represents academy trusts. So I'm really delighted that the Mulberry School Trust is a member. So what we do is we speak to government on behalf of all of you and on behalf of your leaders, your teachers and your leaders. So I did that around 6 years ago, and it has been the great privilege of my life to lead that organisation. I just want to say a brief word about 2 women who inspire me. One is my mum. She, aged 80, is still the head teacher of a nursery school in South Africa. And I would just love to be like her when I grow up. So that's the first woman that inspires me. The second woman that inspires me is Dr. Ogden. She is a transformative disruptor. She is a change maker, and she is an exceptional leader. And you are extremely lucky to have her as the chief executive of your trust. And I know that she also thinks that she is extremely lucky to have all of you. So now to the students who've inspired me. I was truly delighted to be asked to judge Letters to Our Daughters. 240 letters, wow. When I agreed to judge this competition, I didn't think I'd be judging 240 entries, but they were all absolutely beautiful and moving in their own way. So I'm so proud of you for taking the time to submit those entries and to write the letters to the daughters of the future. So now we're going to hear from 5 students performing their letters, and I think 2 other students who have recorded their letters. And I can't wait to hear this performance. Thank you, girls.
Remember Rosa Parks, the lady who refused to stand up, the lady who led the famous bus boycott, the lady who fought against apartheid. That's who I want to be. Remember Emmeline Pankhurst, the lady who fought for our rights, the lady who created new fashion trends, the lady that wanted to vote. That's who I want to be. Remember Rosalind Franklin, the lady who discovered DNA, the lady who worked hard, almost won the Nobel Peace Prize, the lady who worked hard to achieve what she did. That's who I want to be. Remember Frida Kahlo, the lady who loved to paint, the lady who was kind to others, the lady that stayed strong through thick and thin. That's who I want to be. Remember Ada Lovelace, the lady who understood maths, the lady who had a brilliant mind, the lady who created what no man ever could. That's who I want to be. Remember Princess Diana, the lady who was bold and independent, the lady who fought for what she believed in with grace and poise, the lady a whole nation loved. That's who I want to be. But will you remember me, the girl who loved to write, the girl who was kind to everyone, the girl that everyone liked? Will you remember your mothers, the woman that raised you, the woman that loved you every day, the woman that held your hand when things got tough, the woman that taught you everything you know? Will the future remember us, the women that stand here today? Because to those future women, I hope you want to be just like us.
I think our parents were right. It was the damn phones. Laughing as children, hearing them say Snapgram, Instachat and Facegram. They would never understand. They couldn't even say it right. We wore the cloak of wisdom's guise, believing we had seen it all, living with the world at our fingertips, headlines engraved in our skin, wires for veins, AI for a brain. And they may not have understood, but they were right. It was the damn phones. A drug in my pocket, dependent on stimulation. But could you blame us? We were but children when they were given. We didn't know how to control it. In mirrors of our minds we saw a world that we could understand, yet time unveiled our fatal flaw, as shifting truths slipped out of our hands. If I counted every hour lost to the screen, regret and dread would seep into my being, and so I bury this truth with endless typing. And it's not like I can just get rid of my phone. It's our link, our language, our lifeline, the cure that's slowly poisoning our souls. We used to fear robots gaining consciousness, lies by the media to keep us distracted, so we wouldn't become conscious of the mess they've created. Does she have a natural face, or an iPhone face? What era is she in? Is she boy pretty or girl pretty? Alien pretty, deer pretty, fox pretty, bunny pretty? Trapped in a screen's embrace, chasing an ever-changing grace, her true self lost in endless disguise, a reflection of society's lies. We are the robots, we are the products, we are the future we feared. And so I sit and I scroll and I rot, on repeat. Sit, scroll and rot, posting on the internet about how much the internet has failed us, so I may not fail my internet presence. And so I sit and I scroll and I rot, on repeat. I think our parents were right. It was the damn phones.
You're allowed an opinion, no matter what anybody else says. You're allowed an opinion, even if they tell you it should be suppressed. Your voice is yours, so don't passively acquiesce to the voices of others who aren't necessarily right instead. Judgment is a temporary thing, so don't let it get to your head. that your beliefs should be silenced because of what certain people have expressed. You have a choice to agree or not, but whatever the answer may be, let it be yours. A voice to an opinion, resilience against judgment, and an understanding of choice. They're powerful things to possess if you only have enough courage to take the first step. You'll make mistakes along the way, definitively so, but when you do make them, please remember that you were brave enough to make them alone.
On the bright screen, where the world is reflected, a girl watches as her heart complains. On social network, where everything is perfect, her journey begins by her own defects. See other girls, so beautiful, so free, with radiant smiles and incredible lives. Comparisons are born. Like endless shadows, her mind becomes clouded. Every photo a sigh, every like a doubt. Will I be enough? She wonders. In the mirror, she does not find what she sees in others. Her insecurities grow, not knowing why. There is no filter that hides what resides within her, a light so bright that makes the world shine. She is unique and strong, with her own destiny, such a pure soul. The journey is difficult, with nets that trap, but in her heart, the truth finally comes out. She is more than images, more than comparisons, a valuable girl with her own song. You need to shine by yourself.
I'd like to give you a heads up about what you may encounter in the world that you are about to live and grow in. As your mother, I want you to feel empowered and comfortable in your own skin. When it comes to the way you feel about yourself, I want you to feel assured. When it comes to the way you see yourself, I want you to feel confident. See yourself as a goddess, a powerful idol who deserves the utmost respect. See yourself as a blossoming flower, flourishing in the sun. See your skin and feel proud to be a black woman living in the UK. See your features and feel divine. See the texture of your hair and feel capable of doing anything you please. See the footsteps that your ancestors have left behind and let them guide you to greatness. You will face many obstacles as you flourish in this imperfect world. However, you will accomplish loads and achieve all that you put your mind to. As your mother, I believe in you. Stay true to yourself and do not allow anyone to break your spirit. See you.
Thank you, everyone. That was amazing. I think we can all agree those were some worthy winners. To hear the other two winners, please check out the display upstairs or look on the website. Additionally, a copy of the poems is on your table.
It is now time for lunch.
Once you've got your food, make sure to have a look around the upstairs exhibitions that are on display. If you're watching online, please take this opportunity to stretch your legs and reflect on what you've heard so far.
Delegates in the hall, please be ready to go, but do not move until your table is dismissed. Can we please have one final round of applause for everyone you've seen this morning?
Welcome back, everyone. We hope you had a good lunch. It is now time for the penultimate section of the day, Women Leading Global Change.
To kick us off, we are delighted to be welcoming Her Excellency, Josefa Gonzalez Blanco Ortiz Mena, the Mexican ambassador to the UK.
Her Excellency has been... Her Excellency has been Mexico's representative in London since April 2021. As well as being a promoter of various social and cultural initiatives, she is a very close friend of Mulberry and a champion of girls all around the world. Please join us in welcoming her.
It's absolutely amazing. It's wonderful to be here again with my Mulberry girls. Thank you very much. I've missed you. And where are you? Can we see hands? Mulberry girls? Yes, bring it on, girls. And what are my Mexican girls? Woo, all the way from Mexico. All the way from Mexico, these amazing young women having this exchange with the world. This is absolutely fantastic. As I entered the room, wow, I was like, this is female power. I felt such a rush, such an excitement to see the very near future right in front of my eyes. It is an honor, and it is an absolute privilege to be here with you, to witness you as you witness me, as we're going to be sharing this time, this space. What is it like to be a woman? What is it like to be a very powerful woman? And that's exactly what I see right before my eyes. I'm feeling really, really excited about seeing you, sharing this with you. So what is it like to be a woman in diplomacy, a woman of power? For the first time in North America, Mexico has a woman president. Bring it on. Claudia Sheinbaum, first woman president, first president in the history of Mexico that holds a PhD. She is a mother, she is a grandmother, she has a PhD, she is a president, and she's super cool. And she wears beautiful dresses. Why not? That is one example of a powerful woman. You can choose to be the powerful woman that you want to be. How does that look like? And it looks the way that you want it to look. You can do science, you can do home. You can be a president, or you can be a diplomat. You can be a mathematician. You can be anything. Oh, you can be a farmer as well. You can rescue wildlife. I rescue wildlife. You can do absolutely anything. I want to share from my experience as a diplomat. I was invited by the President of Mexico to come to England and be an ambassador. It is one of the biggest privileges in my life to serve my country in Great Britain. We are negotiating a treaty, an international commerce treaty. We are holding a very strong bilateral relationship. I am the permanent representative to IMO, the International Maritime Organization. That is amazing. We deal with all the ships or the tariffs. One of the questions we're asking ourselves right now in the rooms is, do we decarbonize ships or do we not? Where the money comes from? How are we going to do it? And there are very, very intense discussions. I'm not going to go into that right now. But there is a question that on seafarers, only 2% are women. On land, we have more women in the maritime industry. But in the ships, it's just 2%. Why? Because we don't feel safe. It is my job as a diplomat, representative to IMO, to raise the questions. I said, well, it's not about having more women. It's about we, let's say you, younger generation, feeling safe. And me, mother, knowing that you are safe. So that is part of the job that I do at the IMO, raising gender questions, gender issues from a woman. From being a woman, what is my perception? My perception in, I want you safe. If you're going to be working on a ship, you need to be safe. And that is my job as a woman representative. It is one of the most amazing parts of my job is the protection of our nationals. It's my job to protect the Mexicans in the UK. We have sadly, some cases of domestic violence. I come in personally because that's a very sensitive issue for me. Women must be safe. And I'm going to tell you something that I shared with my beautiful Mexicans yesterday. And I want you to please pay attention to this. I hope I had learned this when I was younger. And it's very simple. Sometimes not that simple to make and do in action. No is a full sentence. Know that. When a woman says no, is no. No is non-negotiable. We do not negotiate our no's. I can say no, end of. I don't have to explain. I don't have to negotiate. I just come and say no. Why? Because I'm a woman. And my no is absolute. So please bear it in mind. In any given situation, your no is no. And it's non-negotiable, and you do not need to explain it to anybody whatsoever. Please, if you go with something today, go with that. And as well, I've been told that I'm very good at what I do. I'm a very good ambassador. I can say that. Why can men say I'm amazing and women we cannot? We tend not to, right? We just say, oh yeah, just a little bit. The most important feature in my life is that I've been following my passion. I do what I love. And if I have to be working extra hours and weekends, it doesn't matter because I believe in what I do and I love it. When you decide what you're going to be doing, bear it in mind. What makes your heart tick? In my case, is service to my country. Hence, I'm an ambassador. This is going to be very strange, but it's protecting wildlife. I have a sanctuary, and that I do that as well because I love it, because it's my passion. Because rescuing wildlife is something that I've done maybe since I was a very little girl. And the other one, art. I love art, and I believe that art transforms people, places, and circumstances. I bring it into my diplomatic life, and I have collective exhibitions of all of us together, making art and having an exhibition, and then creating community, which is something I'm passionate about that. And that's exactly what you're doing right now. You are creating community. This is your sisterhood. Look around. These are the sisters that are going to walk with you all throughout your life. I have a brother here whom I've met 40 years ago, and we are still siblings together. the same, when you are my age, when you are his age, you're going to be there for each other. You're going to be supporting each other. Sisterhood is the most important outcomes of these kind of events. You learn a lot, but you have that connection, and you have that international connection that's going to go with you throughout your career. I think I'm coming to a closure, but I've said what I wanted to share with you really from my heart. I want you to be, well, no, I don't want you to be, you are, excuse me. You are already very powerful women. If I could be an ambassador, if I could be a minister, a secretary of state, if I can have a sanctuary in the south of Mexico, close your eyes for just a few seconds and just imagine what makes your heart tick. What is that passion? What makes you you? What makes you happy? That might be a call for you. Follow it. You and only you decide what you do with your life. Life is short, very, very short. It's like a picnic. Live it with pride. Live it with passion. Give it the whole thing. And remember how powerful and amazing you are. Thank you for sharing this space.
Thank you, Your Excellency. I think a lot of people are going to want to get into diplomacy after hearing that.
We're now excited to introduce a selection of the Speaker's Corners entries we received this year.
Students around the world were invited to record a short video talking about something they were passionate about, on the theme, I Stand By My Sisters Because.
A full version will be available online, and you may have seen some of the videos upstairs, but please enjoy this snapshot of the global sisterhood we are all part of.
I am part of a global sisterhood because together we transcend borders and barriers to champion equality and opportunity for all. In this sisterhood, we uplift and support one another, celebrating our diversity as a source of strength.
I stand by my sisters because I believe we can achieve anything we set our minds to. Regardless of age, our skin colour or our gender, I think I speak for all of us when I say that every woman deserves an equal chance to achieve their goals.
An activist that inspires me is Greta Thunberg. This is because she has shown us that anyone can make a positive change in the world, as she protested to make people aware of environmental issues. She shows us that anyone, even young girls, can make a difference in the world.
I am a part of Global Sisterhood because many of the girls around the world are suffering from sexual harassment in silence. We have to stand out and speak about this issue since it has become a pressing challenge.
I stand with my sisters because we are there for each other through thick and thin, supporting each other no matter what.
I am part of a global sisterhood because I want all women to know that they are valuable and to show them that they don't have to lose their identity because of external opinions. I would like to help them to know themselves so they could reach success and empowerment.
I stand by my sisters because it connects me with women belonging to diverse backgrounds who inspire and empower each other. Although the Constitution grants men and women equal rights, gender disparities remain. Lack of gender equality not only limits women's access to resources but also affects life prospects of future generations. I strongly believe that injustice to a woman anywhere is injustice to women everywhere.
An activist that inspires me is Malala Yousafzai. At the age of only 15, she was almost killed. But that didn't stop her. Soon after, she was awarded the Nobel Peace Prize for her work to ensure all girls could go to school. She is now 27 years old, and she is still working towards her goal of educating all girls all around the world.
I stand by my sisters because they are the ones that got me here. They are the ones that help me stand tall, and they are the ones that keep my head held high when I'm down. They are the reason I am who I am.
I am an activist because of the challenge that we face in our community. The challenge is female genital mutilation. The female genital mutilation is not acceptable by the medical professionals or other countries in the world. We are supposed to fight for our rights and make sure that we know that we are capable of doing anything as girls.
I stand by my sisters because I support the togetherness of our communities and believe in equal rights for our school. I think that as girls we should be able to express who we are and be proud to be who we are.
At its core, feminism advocates for equality, equal rights, opportunities and respect for all genders. Misconceptions arise from misinformation and fear of change. By embracing feminism, we embrace a world where everyone, regardless of gender, can thrive equally. Let's correct the narrative and build a future where true equality prevails.
I am part of a global sisterhood because when girls support each other, we can create powerful change. Together we can break barriers, challenge stereotypes, and make our voices heard. By connecting with girls worldwide, we inspire each other to reach our fullest potential. I am proud to be part of this sisterhood, united by our dreams and determination. If I could say one thing to a girl from a different country, I would say, believe in your power.
I stand by my sisters because all individuals, regardless of gender or race, are entitled to live without experiencing violence, slavery, or discrimination. They should have access to education, the right to own property, the ability to vote, and the opportunity to receive fair and equal wages.
I stand by my sisters so that no girl has to ever stand alone. With teamwork and collaboration, we can make this world a better place for every girl. It's high time we ended gender inequality. It's high time we let girls spread their wings and fly. I believe every girl should get the respect she deserves. So let's unite and let's make a change.
And now it's time to hear from you. Another set of dialogue maps. Get together with the people around you to discuss some global topics and remember to flip them over for more information.
Remember to ask your table leaders if you need any support, and we'll see you in 20 minutes for the next panel on international leadership.
Welcome back, and thank you everyone for your discussions. We hope they were productive and they help you think of some questions for our next panel on international leadership. There will again be an opportunity to ask questions afterwards.
Like earlier, please give them a round of applause after we've introduced everyone. Joining us today, we have Dr. Vanessa Ogden as chair, Carol Stern, Chief Impact Officer at Liontree,
Nayara, actor and Aurora Foundation scholar, Pinky Lalani, founder and chairman of the Women of the Future Awards.
And back with us are keynote speakers Tina Shen and Her Excellency Josefa Gonzalez Blanco Ortiz Mena. Please give them a round of applause.
You must have been so good.
Oh my goodness, as if things couldn't get any better, we have this amazing panel of totally brilliant women from such diverse backgrounds and experience. And we're really looking today at leadership this afternoon, well, leadership all levels all day. And this afternoon we're going to look at how that moves to an international level and how, as a woman, you navigate that. You forge your way and then you navigate that and navigate the challenges in all sorts of different ways. And all of these women, in different ways, have instigated really significant change for women. So we're going to have such an interesting conversation. There'll be plenty of time for you to ask your questions. So again, Global Girl Leaders, really get ready with your questions. I'm sure they're going to be brilliant. So you've probably read their biographies in the brochure. And you can read a bit more about them if you haven't. But there's nothing like hearing directly from all of you about your journeys. Now, we've heard from Tina and a little bit from Josefa about yours. So I'm just going to ask the other panelists for a moment, just if you could spend a couple of minutes saying who you are, and if you had to choose one significant influence on your leadership, what would that be? So, Nayara, amazing Nayara, welcome.
Hi everyone, it's such an honour to be here. My name's Nayara, and as you can probably hear already, I'm from Australia. I'm from 17,000 kilometres away from outback Kangaroo, with a little town of 100 people, and now I live here in a city of 9 million people. Like this room is bigger than my hometown, which is crazy. And our nearest, like McDonald's, is 900 kilometres away. And then to go to the airport, it's 1,200 kilometres away. So it's a pretty wild experience living here on the other side of the world. But I'm an actor, I'm a creative, I work on TV and television, movies and theatre and film, musical theatre and radio, and it's such an honour to be able to take you out of your lives for just an hour if you see a TV episode, or if you come to see a musical. You get to turn your phone off for an hour and a half, maybe 2 if it doesn't have an interval. And that's such a joy in today's world. The arts is so important. The community is a big value of what I am, and getting to sit together in a room and engage in a story and forget about our lives and everything. We're so busy on our phones these days, and the joy to celebrate stories and to communicate with you. I'm also Aboriginal from Australia, and the first Aboriginal person to study at the Royal Academy of Music in the musical theatre program. Took 4 times to get into that school, and here I am. We love that. We love supporting and clapping women. Even us just then, when we got introduced, we were all clapping each other. And that's what's really important, I think, about this sisterhood and what we're hearing so many times today. But, keep on knocking on the doors, because there's been so many doors shut on my life. You know what I failed when I was grade 10, doing I think you call it your GCSEs, we call it our ATAR. I failed music. Do you know what my career is now? Anyway, that's how it works sometimes, but the doors are fully shut for you, and that's going to be okay. You've got to keep knocking, because the ones that are open for you, they're the ones. You've got to go down those. But it's lovely to be here, and it's a joy to celebrate women with you.
Thanks so much. And you are being so modest, because I think you got a distinction in your Royal Academy of Music.
Yeah, so I failed music at my GCSEs technically, and then I just got the highest level at the Royal Academy of Music. Yeah. So C is cis.
Yeah. and for those of you that don't know, that is one of the top class academies of music in the world. So, it's amazing. And also you've won other awards, haven't you?
Yeah, Young Australian of the Year for Tasmania, and Aboriginal Creative Talent of the Year, which is really exciting. So leading the way on Aboriginal.
Okay, and Carol, a significant influence on your life.
That's a lot of energy to Hi, everyone. My name is Carol. I'm very excited to be here, and a big shout out to the group of girls I met in New York who said, would you come? I'd like you to be here. So thank you, girls, very much. I have spent 46 years in the nonprofit world, and most recently in that space, worked for the Walton family, but before that, spent 14 years running UNICEF USA, and had the privilege now in my career to have worked in 45 countries. So really have had an opportunity to see and meet young women all over the world. The biggest influence, I'll answer your question, was definitely my mom. My mom was a Holocaust survivor and believes that she survived for the purpose of making the world better. And she raised us to believe that was possible and to make us feel that sense of responsibility to be part of something that was going to change the world a little bit. So very excited to be here and very excited to learn from everybody on the panel.
Wow. Thank you so much. And I know actually because I interviewed 131 of you here today that made applications to come to this conference and to be leaders. And I know that mothers came out a lot as a theme around the significant influences on your life. And actually, in my case, it was my mother who said, you really need an education in order to give you economic independence, which is such an important thing. And Pinky, the biggest influence on your leadership?
Well, I'll tell you a little bit about my story. And first of all, thank you so much for asking me. Mulberry is one of my very favorite brands. Now, it's a great time to be living in the UK. Diversity is high on the agenda. I can tick all the boxes. I'm a woman, ethnic minority, I'm a Muslim woman, and I'm disabled. And I tell you this because I'm profoundly deaf. So about 20 years ago, I developed a very serious hearing problem. And I tell people this up front because sometimes when they ask me a question, I give a totally doolally answer. Like the time when someone asked me, how long does it take you to make a curry? And I heard, how long have you been in the country? So I said, 47 years. And they said, we're not coming to your house for dinner. So I came to England many, many years ago when I met my husband in India and married him in 3 weeks. He had done no due diligence whatsoever. He thought he'd got a good wife who could cook. I'd never been inside the kitchen. So I came to England not knowing my husband, not knowing how to cook, and knowing no one. So it's been a very interesting journey, and my life revolves around 3 things. It's people and women, it's food, and kindness. So where women are concerned, I actually set up the Asian Women of Achievement Awards 25 years ago because I thought we never got any recognition. So I would walk the streets of London, stop people and say, will you enter my awards? And everybody said you should invite the Prime Minister's wife to come to the first event. How do you do that? So I rang up number 10 Downing Street and said, will Mrs. Blair come? She was the Prime Minister's wife. And they actually came back and said, yes. So I asked the next question. The only thing you get for in life without asking is an infectious disease. Everything else you have to ask for. So I said, will she wear an Indian outfit? And they said, she doesn't have any. So I said, I can bring some. They said, oh, will you come to Downing Street? That was my first visit. With my outfit, she wore one of them. And she's become our patron and become a huge friend. And through that, I set up 11 other programs for women, which are now global, including ESG. With the food, I learned to cook. I've written cookery books, and I take my wok everywhere. So when I talk on leadership, my wok is with me. It's been to Oxford, Cambridge, LBS, the Bank of England, and 100 corporates. I would have loved to have brought it here next time, inshallah. So food is a big area, and kindness is the biggest thing in my life, because my own mantra is, you have not lived a perfect day unless you've done something for someone who can never repay you. So that is my story, and what's inspired me most is the many people I've met, men and women, and I'm always inspired by Vanessa. And there's an amazing woman here, Josepha, who I know again, who inspires me, and I'm always looking for new people to light up my life. So thank you so much for asking.
Pinky's advice is something I've taken with me many, many times over the years that we've known each other. And one of them that I've often said to students, actually, is saying 3 kind things. Think of 3 kind things to say to somebody every day. And that kind of creates that energy and that drive and that joy that we talked about earlier when Tina opened the conference, that joy of that leadership role, that joy of being together and that sisterhood. So globally, we're looking at issues that affect women worldwide. And when I did all the research for this conference, so this conference has been summit has been in planning for about 18 months. 6 big themes that came out for me from all of the literature from the UN, literature from UNICEF, and I was really thinking about this for girls and women globally. And they play differently, so they are contextually different depending on where you are in the world, but they are nevertheless 6 themes that affect all girls and women across the world. So one of them is unequal access to education and healthcare, and especially maternal healthcare, which is a real issue in many parts of the world. Harms from abuse and violence, including femicide. Barriers to economic rights, I just mentioned this before, and decent employment. Underrepresentation in leadership. Disenfranchisement in government, so not being allowed to vote or not being present in government. And restrictions on self-determination, who you want to be in the world and the freedom to be that person. So the impact of these things are often ignored. So I want to just take education as the first key theme here. We're all here today because we have the right to an education, but so many girls don't. And especially once we get to secondary education, and then even more so for university and training, where the deficits and the discriminations are really significant. So, first of all, what's the impact of unequal education on girls in different countries? And I'm just going to ask a few members of the panel this question. So, Carol first.
You know, it's very fascinating that in the countries I've worked in, most of them were developing nations. So the issue of education for girls was quite an issue. Mm-hmm. And in some of the ways that we've actually attempted to strengthen their ability to go to school. So for example, in many of the villages in Africa, it is the girl's job to fetch water. And water can be several hours away. So that precludes going to school because you have to get up in the morning and make that several-hour walk and fill your jug and carry it back. And oftentimes you have to do that actually twice in a day. So we've put wells in to the schools. So that, first of all, cuts the 2-hour, 3-hour walk, but it also means that the family's permission to go to school, because in many of the villages they need permission, is forthcoming because they will get water. There's a benefit to the family. But you see much more early and forced marriages as a result of no education. You see shorter lifespans as a result of no education. And you see obviously greater lengths of poverty as a result of no education.
Thank you. Josefa.
The difference between an education and not education can be life. Women are the ones that suffer most of climate change. So it's absolutely interrelated, social justice, climate justice, and it all goes down on gender issues. Who suffers the most? The girls. And it is absolutely heartbreaking. I'm going to tell you a short story when I was working in La Sierra in Mexico. And we were working with a beautiful community. It's a very dry, it was semi-desertic. And we're working with water. We saw that girls quit school at a certain age, 11, 12 the most. They would just stop going. We couldn't understand it. And we tried and tried and tried until we sat with the girls, of course, because we couldn't understand it. The issue was a bathroom. Yeah. Girls, we know that very well, at a certain age, need a bathroom, need a private space. Otherwise, I'm not going to go to school because they're the boys, they're the teachers, I need my privacy. And that little act of putting a bathroom allowed girls to finish their education. And that taps into safety, domestic violence, because if I have my own independence, it's easier for me to say, enough is enough, I take my child and I go, and I did. He was 4 months, an amazing creature. But if I'd not had that education, I couldn't have escaped domestic violence, and I couldn't have left, and I couldn't have raised my son being a very happy mother.
And I, can speak even firsthand. I was first generation American in my family, but I am the first woman in my family to go to college. A couple of us are a little bit older on this panel, but women just didn't go to college, and I know what a difference college, graduate school, my doctorate have made in my life in access to my career.
Yes. And it's interesting, just pursuing this just a little bit further before I come to others. So the issue about having a bathroom, then also, we saw it actually on the film that was made by our students and older women that we saw earlier. The whole thing around sanitation and sanitary towels and access to, is a massive issue. Even here in lockdown, just as lockdown was starting, the shelves were stripped bare of sanitary products, nappies as well. So really affecting women and girls in our community, and of course elsewhere too, but just I could see this directly, and not being able to get to even purchase, because lots of people had stockpiled. You have to have money to stockpile. So what do? So this is a real issue too.
Yes.
So,
and how that impacts our lives, their lives, and their education, and the future lives. It should be free for everybody, for every woman. We shouldn't be paying for that.
Yes.
Really.
Yeah.
It's social justice. It's gender justice. And I would always go back to climate justice as well. I just want to have a parenthesis here and celebrate and share with you the woman that inspired me and facilitated me to be who I am and why I am here. And this is my mother. Her name is Patricia. I'm not going to say her age because she won't like it. But I want to say a great thank you. My mother facilitated. My mother allowed me, by respecting my wishes, by respecting the rebel that was in me, by non-stopping me, by just, she saw me and allowed me and nourished me. I want to say thank you, mamita, te amo, gracias. Woo!
So Nara, you spoke about education and the importance of it for you, and that you were rejected at different points before you broke through in this amazing way. So just say a little bit more about that.
Yeah, I think similar also to you guys, I was the first Aboriginal person, both male and female, to go to university. My parents' line is most, I think, have finished school about grade 9, because they had to go to school 800 kilometres away. Like, I talk about these distances just to give you a reality of what Australia is like in our remote Aboriginal communities. We can be hours and hours away from anything close to what a city is, and having to move to the other side of the country, from the top of the Kimberleys right down to Perth, which you might know, is to go to high school is a big difference. Especially if my mum quit when she was grade 9. And then never finished her education. So even me and my sister going to school and getting our grade 12 certificate was a big challenge. But then obviously to be the first Aboriginal person in my family, that was huge. To go to university and now to get a second degree, being here in beautiful little London. I can't call it little, but it's a really exciting thing. And I'm also here, as you can see, from Aurora Foundations. Aurora Foundation 12 years ago realised that not a single Aboriginal person had gone to Harvard, to Oxford, to Cambridge, to the best education systems in the world. And 12 years later, we've almost hit 100 people. And I'm one of them. And I'm one of the first ones to do I'm the first one to do musical theatre, to do the arts. But I go to Oxford and I meet them all, and we're all studying right now, doing incredible things around the world because of Aurora. So Aurora is really changing the narrative of Aboriginal and Torres Strait Islander excellence in Australia. And this is so much bigger than me. It's so much bigger than one PhD. That coming back to Australia and to the small Aboriginal communities, and knowing that these big dreams are actually possible. You can't be it if you can't see it. And that's one of my main quotes, and I think Aurora is huge on that. So I feel so passionate today to be representing their work here in this country as well.
And we need to give a big shout out to Layla Smith, who I may be watching somewhere on the stream, who's is the leader of the Aurora Foundation, isn't she?
Yeah.
So thank you, Layla, for all that work. So maybe if we could just pursue this just a little bit more before we move on. The voice of Aboriginal and Torres Strait Islander people in Australia has been a referendum recently, hasn't there?
It's almost a year and a few days.
Could you tell us a bit more about that?
Yeah. Oh, goodness gracious me. We had a referendum a year ago for Aboriginal and Torres Strait Islander people to be recognised in our own darn constitution.
Oh.
I'm sorry, I get really passionate about this because it's so unfair. It's coming up to the year in like 3 days' time. I was not going to cry, I'm so sorry. But we just want to say in our own lives. And the country said no. We are 3% of our country. My grandmother died at 61 years old because she wasn't allowed to be born in a hospital. And this country, Australia, said no. The entire country had to vote yes or no, whether they would let Aboriginal and Torres Strait Islander people have a voice, have a student leadership body, which might be a better way of explaining it, on a government level. There was no law changing. There was no. It was just a really tricky political time to explain what we wanted, but we just wanted to say. We wanted that forever document to say that the Aboriginal and Torres Strait Islander people are the first people of this land. And I say that with pride, living in London, and also a lot of challenge. The play I just did, I talked about colonisation 8 times a week. If you do drama in school, you study Our Country's Good. And I just did it at the Lyric Hammersmith. And talking about colonisation in this country every day of my life is my greatest joy, but my greatest challenge. And colonisation is an international story. It is everywhere you look. And the fragments of what we have left of our culture, there's also so much of it, don't get me wrong, but we are pulling together so much. But that country said no. The entire country had to vote on what matters to 3% of the country. 3% is what we are, and we are strong and we are here, but that was so challenging. And it's almost a year in a couple of days' time on the 13th. Is today the 10th? Yes.
It's the 11th.
The 11th. Yeah. So sorry to get emotional for a moment, but that's what a huge part of me being over here and the passion of talking about it.
It's really important to hear that passion and that emotion because it regroups and it comes back with power. And I think that is what you are projecting, is the importance of keeping that faith and that power to sort of move on again and to regroup and to move on again. I know how hard it must be, but you know that is a really important part of the story of many women about resilience.
Literally, and being the voice behind that. You know, one lone voice standing here in London saying it, but it's strong and powerful. There's many women who've walked behind me, those ancestors' shoulders that I stand on.
And so that untold story, it's not often heard, and I think one of the things that I really wanted to bring into this discussion was that untold story, really. So, you know, so much to talk about in that. So you'll need to go and do all sorts of research and into this, but it is a very important untold story that needs to be told. So thank you for saying that. Thank you.
Thank you for bringing it up.
Wow. Wow.
We'll get there one day. In my lifetime.
You know, I have no doubt of that.
Vanessa, could I add something about India, please? Because I had asked Vanessa not to ask me any questions, but I'll come out. I'm so inspired by you and will do anything to help you. But in India, the whole thing about education women is slightly different in the way that most women are expected to marry really early in the rural areas, so they don't let them be educated. They don't give them the opportunities. Then they go into joint families, and their lives are really restricted. And that's a totally different issue that we have to look at. We must never forget that, because often they're forgotten. And that's something that we need to remember. How can we help when family life comes in? So it's something we need to think of.
Well, we'll pick that up now, because what I want to move on to is sort of like women's experience, sort of school into the workplace, really. And somebody mentioned, I think it was you, Carol, mentioned domestic abuse, and you, Josefa. And of course, that plays in the workplace sometimes. It's not obviously domestic abuse, but the restrictions and difficulties for women in the workplace and being able to be economically independent or be recognised in the workplace. Now, Pinky, your work in Southeast Asia and with the Asian Women of Achievement Awards was really about forefronting the importance of women by celebrating them, you know, by making such positive statements about women that corporate employers who hadn't really thought about it before really made sure that in order to win your awards and be really proud of themselves, they would celebrate women. Do you just want to tell us a little bit about that journey?
I think it's really been interesting because we've gone to people who don't have access. The main success in life comes to meeting people you would never meet and opening doors for others. And I think that's what helped women so much. Is who's going to help you on that journey. And so we get all kinds of people, and we're cross-sectoral. It's not just people in education or in finance, but it could be a burlesque artist to an ESG specialist. And I think the more variety you have. And we had a wonderful delegation a few months ago from South Korea. And I was asked by the British ambassador there to get local people to meet them. And all those women were from the corporate world, and the thing they told me was something I never expected to hear. They said they didn't want to get married because if they were working in a big corporate and they got married and had children, they were encouraged not to work. That's why the growth of children in South Korea is so low, because they aren't. So there are those kind of barriers that people have, but we all have to know enough people who can help us on that journey. I think more than that is really having a lot of men, a lot of women, and people from every part of life who are going to help you. And I think we always keep asking, because if you don't ask, you don't get.
Yes, and I think sort of turning the campaign on its head by making it so attractive for corporates to say, oh, we've got these amazing women, because they all wanted this award. And so you completely changed the way that people were thinking about women in leadership and leadership positions by putting them, you know, there, encouraging them to be there, and then employers then going, oh, yes, actually, this is amazing talent. And so you get that kind of feed through.
We have to hear the stories. One of our first winners, about 15 years ago, was 33 years old, and she worked for BT. And 2 years later, she became the youngest CEO of a FTSE 100 company, of a big water company. And it's getting people like that and sharing their stories, and for her to open doors is vital.
Yes, absolutely. And Tina, as an attorney, and then also with such responsibility for, it's very hard to describe the responsibility of being in the White House Chief of Staff and sort of being able to enact justice for women in the workplace, and young women particularly coming through. Would you tell us a bit about some of that work?
Well, I will. I want to make, before we leave education, just make a note, because a lot of the themes that we were talking about up here are really what we found through the Girls Opportunity Alliance and Let Girls Learn, which is each community has specific issues, whether it's child marriage, whether it's violence, whether it's school fees. And one of the things we have learned is to listen to the grassroots folks in those communities. And what I wanted to return to is, because it's now morning in the States, I can now announce it, because we just released our public announcement in commemoration of International Day of the Girl, that the Girls Opportunity Alliance has issued our latest round of $1.5 million worth of grants to 26 organizations in the US. The US and around the world.
Amen.
And you can find a description of them if you go to GoFundMe and the Girls Opportunity Alliance page. And the reason I want you all to do that is part of what we wanted to do through the Girls Opportunity Alliance is have you see those girls. Have you established a relationship, much like you have done with Global Girls Leading Here, where you have relationship with girls in Singapore and Kenya. And there are girls, all over the world and their programs doing this work. And some of the strength of how we'll address these issues is what you're building here, which is a relationship between girls in the UK, girls in the US, with girls in the Global South, with girls in Southeast Asia, and that it is that strength and sisterhood that will come about. But to your question, Vanessa, so I will say one of the great just privileges of my life that I never thought would happen is to work in a place like the White House, where I've often said, I will never have another job where I could read an article in the newspaper on a Sunday night, have it really bother me, fire off a bunch of emails, and by the next following Friday, I would have a whole list of policy recommendations from somewhere in the US federal government. And what we tried to do there was not just, because let's be real, the politics of the United States were such that you all are too young to remember, but when Barack Obama was elected in 2009, We had a majority in the Congress for 2 years, and we were able to pass things like reforming health care. We were able to repeal, the prohibitions against gay men and women serving in the military, which set us on a path towards LGBTQ equality in the states. But then we lost after 2 years. And the remaining 6 years of our administration, we did not have a Democratic majority in Congress, so we were able to pass very few things. We had an equal pay law, very common sense, equal pay law that failed. It got 58 votes out of 100. Now, you all are very smart in math, so you would think 58 out of 100 is a majority. Why didn't it pass? Because in the United States Senate, there is a 60-vote threshold. Don't ask me why. It has a long history. It's not very smart. And so we failed, even though we had 58 votes out of 100. So those kinds of reforms we couldn't do. So what we used instead was the bully pulpit of the presidency and the convening power, which we were able to, much like Pinky has done, encourage companies to voluntarily do the right thing. Because we brought them to a working family summit, we got them to sit with President Obama, and they got to announce the things that they were doing for paid leave voluntarily for women, to give them paid maternity leave, or to establish equal pay. And we put out from our economists the business case, because as Carol, we all know, there is a huge economic benefit to companies that will diversify and will keep their women. If you cannot cut yourself off from half the talent in the population, right? If you want to be competitive right now. And if you do that, if you do not support women in the workplace and pay them fairly, you do not get the talent and the input that you want. When I was an attorney advising companies, I once advised the travel industry in the United States. And I came to a conference, and they were revealing this great study they had just learned. This was about 5 years ago, that the hotel industry had just learned that, women travelers think about the location of their hotel when they are booking what hotel to pick in. And I looked at them and I said, if you had women in the boardroom with you, you would have known this years ago. Because every businesswoman I know, or tourist traveling, looks at where she's staying in determining how far do I have to walk to the conference, how will I get there. You would have known, and the fact that you didn't know it is demonstrative of the fact that you did not have women sitting at the decision-making tables, so you're behind the curve. The folks that have women in there, you're now behind the curve. And it's those kinds of what we need to do, in any government setting, but in any voluntary, associations, how to, as Pinky has done, lift up the benefits of making sure that women are included, that equal pay happens, that paid leave happens. I am ashamed to say that in the United States, we are one of only 5 countries in the world that has 0 national paid leave policy. We don't even have 2 days. Saudi Arabia has 2 days for the women in Saudi Arabia. We have 0 of guaranteed paid leave for after you've had the birth or adoption of a child. And so we're behind, and we're going to fall further behind. And I think getting companies and businesses and employers and governments to realize it is in their self-interest to promote women is one of the things we need to continue to do.
But I also think it's bringing the public along with us, because I totally agree with you. Everything you just said, Tina, you know that. But I know that, I was born in a very interesting time in the history of women, because, and the way I describe it usually is to say, my mother wore a girdle with bones in it, put it on, and every day at 5 o'clock she took a shower and put makeup on and a clean dress before my father came home, and wore an apron to make dinner. And my younger sisters burned their bras, okay? And I was born right in between that. And I had the privilege to be to interview for and get a job as a dean at Polytechnic University in New York City when I was only 28 years old. And I accepted the job, and about a week later, I'm reading the newspaper, and there's a headline, and it says, "Sex Barrier Falls." So I read the article, and it took me about 4 sentences in to realize this was an article about me, because I was the first woman to ever serve as a dean at an engineering school in the United States. But I just applied for a job. But I will tell you that people would walk in my office for years and say, I'm here to see the dean. And I would say, you're looking at her. And they would say, no, really, where is the dean? Like, I had to be my secretary. I couldn't possibly be the dean. So you know, I've seen some progress, thankfully, but today still, there is no equal pay. I had to fight for my maternity leaves. You know, I have a policy that I always take a phone call from my kids if they call, but the men in the office don't do that. So, you know, I was talking to some of you earlier. I've never had anyone complain about the fact that I do it, but people are shocked when I do it. You know, so I think there are lots of intangibles that will make us more successful in the workplace that we have to start to give each other, or we're never going to make the public come along with the law.
Well, this is where you all play a role, though. I would
Yes.
say there is tremendous power in, just look at you around the room. And you all have, the great thing about social media is now you don't have to wait for a newspaper article.
Exactly.
You can publish it yourself, and you can tell these stories, tell about what you've learned today, share the stories that you learn from other women, support each other and the women and girls that you read about on social media, and make social media work for the good, right? By supporting each other and putting positive comments out there in the world. And you know, that is one of the ways right away today you all can start to change things, is to set that new tone that Carol's talking about in the public, because that is the great thing about the age that we're in, is that every individual has access to it. It gets toxic, mind you, and I mentioned it earlier, that you know, there are a lot of things out there that aren't good, but it's here to stay, so let's use it for good. And you have the power to change the tone, to make it a tone that's one of kindness and of joy and of sisterhood and support, you know, for those girls that you know and those girls that you don't know that you're reading about, and give them that heart and that shout out and that love. And that is how we'll make those changes happen.
And you will find that the women who do it for you and the women you do it for will follow you your life. I mean, I walked in today and the first thing Pinky did was, let's connect, let's get our email addresses to each other. Fabulous. You know, now I have a new friend. Tina and I met through a group of crazy women who formed a group and have stayed friends ever since. Right. You know, and during COVID, we literally, it started with a purpose, but it became a drink a glass of wine together once a month on Zoom. But we've all really gotten to know each other and have followed each other's careers. When one of us is looking for a job or gets an article published or has a crisis in her life, this group of women shows up.
I literally, when I met Pinky today, I was just telling her, because I'm unemployed currently, because I just finished my show on Saturday, I was telling her how much I like Chanel. She took the Chanel perfume out of her bag and sprayed it all over me.
That's the way to do it.
Welcome to Celebrating Women.
Yes.
Okay, I've got a story about Chanel, which I won't tell you now, but I used it as a teaching resource once, and I had one of the best jokes in my classroom that I've ever had in the whole course of my career about Chanel, which I'm happy to tell you. That's another point. So let's open up to the floor now, because we really want your questions, and we've got about...
Yes.
Okay. So if we could go to, let's take this question first in the front, and then if those of you with roving mics could identify hands and go and stand next to them with your numbers, then I'll be able to. So table number 5, speaker number 4. Okay, your name please and school.
My name is Montserrat. I'm from Colegio Carol Boro, and well, I would like to ask you, because you come from such different backgrounds, to tell us how has your background affected where you are right now?
Okay, how has your background where you are right now? So, Josefa.
How has my background affected where I am right now? I come from a lineage of male lawyers. I wanted to be a philosopher, but I was advised to be a lawyer and not a philosopher. That gave me a profession that I love and I like very much, but it did influence what I did. I have to say how it impacted me as a mother. My son is a philosopher and he's not a lawyer. And we're both happy. Thank you. Gracias, Montserrat.
Thank you. Nayara.
Look, I think I'm sitting here because of my background, I think, today. And I think the drive and the fire in my belly to fight a change in this world exists because I am Aboriginal and I've grown up seeing these issues from a very young age. I think being an Aboriginal woman in London is so exciting, and so I think I've said it already, but being a challenge, it's such a joy and honour, but it's also, I have a responsibility to my people. I have a responsibility to represent my family, to know that I'm on the other side of the world alone saying what I need to say and speaking up for these important topics. Your question is incredible. Thank you so much. I think it's, I think I'm also so passionate about diversity in theatre and screen. And I think I want our stages just to look like our streets. And I think, you know, we go to Hamilton and we're like, oh my gosh, wow, look at it. But like you walk outside the street and that's just what it looks like, you know? Like we need to hear different accents. This is disability, this is sexuality, this is not just visuals and what we see, but when people open their mouths as well. Like we need our stages and screens to look like that. So I think it's about knowing who you are and what you bring to the room is so special.
And you're not alone in London anymore.
I know, I've got new friends. Hey guys.
Okay, Tina.
Well, I think, as I mentioned earlier today, you know, that growing up as, you know, the only Chinese American for miles outside of suburban Cleveland in the 50s and 60s, that, you know, growing up to be used to being the only and dealing with that prepared me to be the only woman and certainly the only person of color in a bunch of courtrooms and corporate boardrooms when I did that. And then even when I was in the federal government, you know, being the only woman around a lot of senior tables and, you know, learning how to make my voice heard. I'm not quiet, as you can tell. There was one moment in the White House, I will say, although I don't remember doing it, where I was accused of pounding the table in a senior meeting. We were having a senior meeting. I was pretty passionate about it. It was an abortion issue, so I was pretty passionate about it. And we were going to go in to see the president, and the person who was chief of staff at the time said to me, well, you can go in and see him if you promise not to pound the table again in front of the president. And I said, I didn't pound the table, did I? But apparently I did. But it is about making your voice heard and learning how to do that. And that, I think, I learned from being an only. And I was talking to some of you during the break where you have had those great good fortune of being in a community, and Mulberry, in the Mulberry community, where you're actually together with a lot of folks from your community and worrying about what would it be like to go to an Ivy League school or to go to Oxford and be different. And I would say is that the reverse of what I experienced, but that reverse gives you that strength because you'll always know when you're by yourself someplace that you also know what it's like to have community, and that community will be an internal foundation for you. So you can make it work either way.
Carol.
My background's had a huge influence on me, definitely. My mother believes her life was saved so that she would have a voice and use it. And so from the time we were old enough to hold a sign, she had us in the streets. We marched on everything, believe me. And I had the privilege to go to college in the years where we marched on a lot. But she really instilled in me that if I have a voice, I better use it, and I better use it for good. And I will also say, though, having grown up in New York, I had kind of an experience of being amidst a lot of diversity my entire childhood. And then I went to graduate school in a small town in southern Illinois, and for the first time met people who had never met a Jew before. And I had never met someone who had never met a Jew before. And I had people ask me where my horns were. I had people literally, you know, ask questions. When you light candles on the Sabbath, you say a prayer like this and you cover your eyes, and you're supposed to cover your head with a hat. And I had a roommate, and I was lighting my candles, and she walked in the room, and I didn't have a hat, so I put a napkin on my head, and I was going like this, and she walked in and screaming that she was living with a witch. You know, so I literally had to begin to understand what it felt like, and that served me so well in my work with UNICEF, you know, that I would go into a country and know that I had to sit on the floor and talk to the children and understand who they were and understand where they came from and what they lived with if I was going to be helpful on any level whatsoever. So definitely who I am, you know, that's why I said my mother definitely made me who I am.
There are two things really that have helped me in the journey from where I came from. Obviously, I came from India, where having people to your home all the time was absolutely the rule. So when I've come here, I've actually learned to cook, and I just invite everyone to come to my house. And this year I've had 350 people over, because every time we have the Asian Women of Achievements Awards, Women Future, I invite the 50 shortlists to come, and I hope the coriander will make the difference. So actually I invite people over, so that's helped me. But the other thing that's helped me, being a mother and being an Indian mother, you're devoted to your children. And I had a son who told me one day he wanted to do an MBA at Oxford. And he said he was going to look around. And being the Indian mother, I said, I'm coming with you. And so he went round, and I went inside the office and said, what do you guys do for women? So they looked at this middle-aged Indian woman and said, what do you do? So I told them what I did. Went away, he got in, I was so relieved. And I got a call from them to say, would I be the keynote speaker on the first day of term for the women who are coming to the course? So I told him, I'm speaking on the first day of your term for the women. Don't tell any of them, because if I make a mess, nobody will ever go out with you. But he actually married one of them. He's married to a Chinese-American girl he met there. So I think it was my background that made me be like that and helped me on the journey.
Oh, you're amazingly generous, Pinky. You've had Mulberry Girls for dinner, or for lunch, actually, for lunch. So.
Well, anybody here, if you ever want to come, just email me.
I'm going Monday, so I'm joining.
Oh, yeah.
All coming up.
You're late.
Oh, yes, we are.
Pinky makes the most amazing food. So let's take a couple of other questions together, and then I'm members of the panel now, just so we can get as many questions in as possible. So over at number 1 and then number 3. So number 1 first.
My name's Saria, and I go to School 21. At School 21, we have like this girls group that come together and like support each other, and we talk and we try and take action on things that aren't right and change. So what advice would you give for girls who are actively trying to make systemic changes in school?
So can I just make sure I've got that question right? What advice would you give for girls who are trying to make systemic change in school?
Yeah.
Yeah, okay. Okay, and the next question was over there.
Systemic change.
Number 3.
I'm Jakeen from the Eastbourne Academy, and this is a question to Nara. We met earlier in the bathroom, and first of all, you're so gorgeous. I wanted to ask, how did you manage to be an actor and a musician at the same time?
Okay, so we'll go to Nayara first on that one, and then come to systemic change, and I'm going to ask Tina and Josefa.
Great. Look, it never was my job. I was speaking to, who was I speaking to? It doesn't matter. Some amazing woman in this room about you'll never work a day in your life if you know it's what you love. I cannot believe my job is being an actor. It happened by chance. Like, I don't know how. My fight to go to drama school was I didn't get into any of the schools in Australia, which was VCA, Whopper and NIDA, which is the best drama schools in Australia. So I thought I didn't get the degree and I couldn't be an actor. That was it. It was another failure. I've just got a whole book of them. It'll be my autobiography one day. It's the chapter on failures and I can't wait. And I just ended up with a contract to be an actor. We're touring with an Aboriginal musical called The Sapphires, which is a great movie to watch about Aboriginal and Torres Strait Islander history if you want to write that one down. The Sapphires, it's really amazing. And I ended up without the degree, so I feel like I became a builder without going to building school. But it was always how I saw the world, you know? And I remember we started singing in the bathroom. We were singing Someone Like You by Adele. And the teacher came in and we're like, oh, and I was always, my report card is always too loud, talks too much. And I always use my voice, and I think I learned that I was like, no, I'm gonna hold my space. I'm gonna be a singer. I'm always a bit like banging the table. I was always the loud one. Every report card, Nayara talks too much. And it doesn't mean you need to be respectful, because that's an important thing to learn, when to listen and when to have open ears and to be quiet. But when it's your time to speak, you own that space. And stories is always how I saw the world. So it's being a musician, I sing, I act, it's just how I see the world. And that's the cool thing about being an artist.
And you mentioned failures, but really they were steps to success, weren't
Oh, yeah. Shut doors, keep on moving. You don't get something right now with you're all doing such incredible tests. And I was talking to someone who's studying for their GCSEs or something today, and they're like, oh, I've got to go study. There's so many things that might not work out in the pathway that you think you're meant to go. I didn't get into any of the drama schools. I failed music. Technically speaking, if you look at it like a bumblebee, I should not be an actor. But I just had my West End debut in London. Like, seriously, it's just, there's so many ways that just you cross, you find your way around. And that we've got that as women.
Thank you so much. So systemic change, girls in school making systemic change. Tina?
So 2 things, I think, from my perspective. One is, for systemic change, you've really got to study the system that you're trying to change, right? They're often complex. They're often based on something that's not apparent on the surface, and you've got to get underneath it to find out what the root cause is of the problem that you're trying to confront. So number one, I think, is you have to do your homework about what really will affect the change, and not just look at the surface issues, but really understand the history of it and where it comes from. And then what goes along with that studying is you have to have some patience. While you have to have urgency and have energy and be active, a lot of times when you're dealing with systemic change, real systemic change, that's not just at the surface and cosmetic, requires a lot of patience and a lot of hard work. And it's hard to do when you're doing it at school, because you're only in your school for a set amount of years. And so you've got to try to set things up that allow you, when you're ready to graduate, you're passing the torch on to someone else, because sometimes it will take a while for that real systemic change to happen. This is what we're dealing with in society. You know, we're dealing with equal pay for how many years trying to get it? It's been 55 years since the Equal Pay Act was passed in the United States, which only marginally fixed the problem. And so this is generational change, and it takes that kind of patience and deliberateness. But sometimes we get too impatient and we just go for the quick wins, and the quick wins aren't systemic change necessarily.
And I internalized something very important, something that President Obama said some years ago, that change isn't linear.
It's absolutely not linear.
You know, really resonated with me, actually, and seeing, you know, how perhaps, you know, as global girl leaders, you know, change happens, but you have to kind of...
It goes back and forth. And one thing I learned, Gloria Steinem told me this in reaction to sort of the political things we've been going through in the last several years in the United States, that sometimes the most dangerous time is after you've had a win. So sort of after Barack Obama gets elected is when Trump comes in. After you win the Civil War and Reconstruction is when lynchings happen. You know, after we had the New Deal is when you had the McCarthy era in the United States. So sometimes a win, you got to watch out, because sometimes it actually gets worse a little bit for a while.
Yeah, that's right. Josefa?
Soria, yes, definitely. If you want change, I think it's very important what Tina said. Know what it is. But it's very important for me, know what you want, know exactly what you want, exactly what you want that change to be heading to, but be open to other possibilities and for something else that I could not have seen in the moment that I'm working towards the change to arise. For me, that's been very important. Just be open to whatever comes and be open to accept it as well. Because I might be fighting for something, I might be trying something really hard, and something else comes up. So keep an open mind. Have your sisters all the time with you. Lone Rangers, we don't go as far as if we have a network of support. Personal, emotional support, and support as a group. So if I want to go and I'm going to expose myself, I need my sisters. So when I'm a wounded soldier, come back and heal with my sisters. Use any tools you might have. And art is very powerful for change. Theater, music, collage, theater. So anything that you might find, and use all the tools that you and your group have. If you have an artist, make art. If you have a mathematician, I don't know what they do. But do something. If you want to have something that understands law and legal system, bring it on.
Okay, so that would be my advice, and stay with it.
Thank you.
Patience.
Thank you
But
so
stay
much.
with it.
Okay, other questions? We have, it's very difficult. So over at number 4, just at the back there, and then number 3, and then number 1. So let's take 3. So.
Hello, my name is Zara. I go to Mulberry Academy, Shoreditch. First of all, it's so lovely to meet you all. You're all brilliant women. And I just wanted to ask you, through all of the experiences you've had, what is the most important lesson you carry with you?
Okay, important lesson. So number
question.
Was could you just put the buttons up again? So number 3. So number 3.
Hi. Oh, crap. It's a really it's an honor to speak to you. My name is Nora Jas. I'm from Mulberry UTC. And my question would be, you've done so much in your career, amazing things in your career. And what was that one time you hit a wall in your career and you didn't know what to do, and how did you overcome it?
Okay, so challenge, and there was one over here, number 1.
Hi, my name is Melissa and I'm from Mulberry Academy, Shoreditch. You all have very public jobs and your work is subject to public opinion, and I have no doubt you have faced backlash in everything you've done. So how did you react to all the negativity targeted at you, and how did you persevere through it?
Okay, so got 2 sort of similar themes here. So one about an important experience and another about challenge. So let's start with challenge, actually, and then go to an important experience. Carol.
So while I was the CEO of UNICEF, former President Trump, who was not yet president at that time, put out a tweet to 40,000 people that said I was being paid $2 million and driving a Rolls Royce. So none of which was true. And unfortunately, the building that I worked in, someone did drive a Rolls Royce and parked it right in front, which didn't help. But so I took a picture of my Prius, which is what I drove at the time, and I tweeted it back saying, "Fire your fact checker. This is how I roll." And thank you,
Amen.
thank you. But, you know, but I will tell you that at UNICEF, we do something in the States called Trick or Treat for UNICEF, where kids go with boxes and collect change instead of candy on Halloween. And that year, he fired this tweet out 3 days before, and he really hurt our fundraising because people believed their dollars were going to my salary, not to the children of the world. And every year at Halloween, and it's been more than 15 years since he made that tweet, it comes back every single year. I get it from friends who say to me, this landed in my inbox today, you know. So I think the only thing you can do is you rise above it, you smile, you get the truth out there, and it ties to one of the other questions and in terms of the system, and then I'll stop talking, is I think you work the system best when you listen, that you approach the people that you don't agree with curiosity instead of animosity. Because as soon as the conversation starts by I'm right and you're wrong, you never hear each other. But if instead the question that you pose is, help me understand why you believe that, you can get to the root of where you can find some agreement. So those are my answers.
Thank you. So challenge, Josefa.
Challenges. I am a single mother of a 24-year-old amazing man. Having my career, having a child, raising him on my own, continue with my career, making it in life was really challenging. It was really challenging. It was a very beautiful and profound experience. Juggling was really interesting. That's why I like to see more support for women, so we don't have to hold back in our professions and we can have it all. I chose to stop for a few years because my priority was my child. And then I chose to homeschool him. But we're not going to talk about this because it's a long story, an amazing story. So it was masters, homeschooling, business, and of course I could not be a public servant because I couldn't devote myself. Public service is 100%, child is 125%, and making money is 135%. So I had to choose. I'm very happy with what I chose. It set me back in my career, but here I am, and I continue doing what I'm doing. Mothering a child was absolutely wonderful. It was beautiful. It's a little Homo sapiens growing and becoming and educating him from a mother. And as I said, yes, a challenge. I'm choosing what are the lessons. Well, I had to choose, and sometimes choices are tough. And when I say yes to something, I say no to something else. And I have to do it consciously, that I'm saying no because I'm saying yes. I would say that, yes. Thank you.
Thank you. And then important experience, Tina.
Oh, important experience. I think it is similar to sort of that listening and doing it. Is that my most important experiences has been sort of leading organizations where it's women coming together to support each other. So I showed a picture earlier of creating something called Cook County Democratic Women, with Mayor Harold Washington. That was just a group of just women who wanted now to get women into politics. We didn't have any power. None of us were in elected office yet, because there were very few women in Chicago who were in the 1980s. And we just didn't ask for permission from the men. we just sort of did it. We were lucky that Harold was mayor, so he, as mayor, was able to not put us down at the moment, which prior mayors of Chicago would have done. And so once given a little bit of window and space, we just ran. A little crack in the door, and we just ran our way through it. But we kind of did it together, and did it by listening to a lot of women all around the city who had different ideas, and we brought them all into it. We used to have these raucous 200 people trying to do endorsements and figure out what candidates to support motions, but it was empowering for everybody to do that. And I took a lot of lessons from that about how to listen, how to organize, how to really meet people where they are, which is a really important part of how you develop allies, and how you build political power, you build any kind of influence, is to really, I think someone said it earlier, listen, right? Just that listen to the people that you're working with. That is the best organizing tool, and that's the best way to be a leader, and to bring all of that together.
And Nayara, important experience.
Yes. Sorry, I was just so like, oh my gosh. I wish I had a notebook. You've got the right idea next time. I should be taking notes like the rest of you. Important experience. I was so listening in awe of things. But can I answer the one previously, just because I had something ready for that?
Yeah.
I was going to say there's so many challenges, I think, in my life, and I think I've explained to some of them about all the failures, but I just wanted to share a quick challenge, because sometimes it's the little things that really ends is self-empowerment. I think there's one side of living on the other side of the other world and being alone, and learning that you have to be your own best friend sometimes, and moving to the other side, not having family. I'm not related to a single person in this country. If I had people around for my birthday last week and I had like 4 or 5 people, and I was like, that's okay. That's a small little village, and that's you start somewhere small again, and that's okay to go to the other side of the world and to start again, and to, like, if you believe in your dreams enough, to go again. But I also had a challenge, I think, when I was in grade 5, I used to play netball, and a boy said to me, that short skirt doesn't look as cute as you think it does. And it stuck out with me for like the rest of my life. And I've never wore a short skirt until last Sunday. And I wore that little skirt, and I went to Primark, and I got it for £14. It was a Rita Ora little one. And I lived my best life. And I just haven't wore a skirt since I was whatever age you are in grade 5, a little short skirt. So sometimes it's also the little challenges of like, I'm going to do that for me, because, that was 15 years I lived without showing my legs to the world. So, wear the short skirt. That was my little one.
Bring on a short skirt, yes.
Yes, amen.
Yes, oh yes, amen.
Okay, I know there are about 100 questions out there, but we have only got 1 minute really left. So I'm just going to ask you each very quickly just to answer the question that we posed to our speakers' corner, which was to say in answer to the question, I stand with my sisters because, what that would be. So I stand with my sisters because.
Ooh, good one. I think that I go back to a quotation. We are what we repeatedly do. Excellent then is not an act but a habit, and being with our sisters is what is going to make us excellent.
Fabulous.
Sitting at this panel right now is incredible to me, and I look at these women and they haven't got a seat at the table, but they've made their own tables, or every single one reading their CVs. And I think if you can't, that's such an important quote, if you can't get a seat at the table, you make your own table, and that is such a way of which we can celebrate women and get behind each other. And one other thing, I've been asking so many people's names today. There's so many beautiful names. Don't let people say your name wrong. I've got a different name. If I ask you what a nickname is, you tell me your real name. I heard so many beautiful names today, and I think that's a really important thing as women. We're always like, oh, my nickname's Nene. No, my name is Nayara. And I think that's a really important thing for women to support each other by saying our names properly.
Thank you, Nayara. Thank you very much. For a time, my name is Josefa. I said it was Joe because it's short and easy for non-Spanish speakers. No, my name is Josefa. Thank you very much. Yes. And I started with my sisters because I feel safer, because I am a better person, because my sisters remind me of who I am and whom I don't want to be. My sisters come and tell me in my face when I'm doing it nasty, when I'm doing it wrong. And they keep me real. And without my sister, wow, I feel I start to disappear, and I don't want it. So I say with my sisters because they ground me, and they're me, and it's a mirror.
Thank you. Carol.
I stand with my sisters because they definitely give me strength, and they definitely bring me joy. Yes. And I stand with my sisters because I believe we can do anything if we stand together.
Tina.
Oh, I had to come last, right, after all of these, and after the amazing film. I stand with my sisters because, look, I've been really lucky in life. I've had a lot of good fortune to sit here on this stage now, and I don't want to leave any sisters behind who don't have that good fortune, and who don't have the access to education, who don't have the access to abortion and health care, who don't have access to economic opportunity, who don't have access to equality. And I stand with my sisters because every young woman and girl deserves that. Yes. And so that's how we have to stand together.
That's an amazing finish. Thank you so much.
Woo! Woo!
I love this.
Yes.
So we have a range of exciting things to the conference to a close. I'm going to hand over to our fabulous compares in just a moment. But you're all such amazing young women in this room, such brilliant global leaders. And it makes me very proud to sit here with such amazing women too, to be able to have this exchange. So I hope you've really taken away many, many pearls of wisdom there to take with you into your life ahead. Over to our compares now.
Thank you so much, panelists. We're so grateful for those incredible discussions and all those interesting answers to those questions.
Please join us in another round of applause for our panels.
We are now coming to the end of our summit. But before then, we have lots of really exciting things to share with you.
The last section has been designed to celebrate all the incredible work you've done today and to show the importance of creativity in helping us develop our voices and leadership.
First up, we are delighted to be joined by a group from the incredible Impact Dance. Please give them a warm welcome.
Impact Dance. Today, we will be sharing a dance piece with you about driving system change. Impact Dance is an award-winning art for social change organization that specializes in hip-hop theater, street dance, and youth development. It was founded by Hakeem Onabudu in 1995. Impact Dance aims to empower young people aged 9 to 19 through high-quality dance training, mentoring, and international and national performances. Impact Dance engages young people of diverse backgrounds and helps them to become fully functioning individuals. I have been with Impact Dance for 3 years, and I love it here because it is a safe and inclusive environment. It's full of loving and caring mentors, but also young people who talk to each other and help each other through our struggles in dance and through life. We hope you enjoy our performance that is coming up now. And if you would like to know more on how to join our academy, then go to our website, www.impactdance.co.uk, or our Instagram @ImpactDanceUK. There are also flyers on your tables for more information about what we do and how to contact us. Thank you, and I hope you enjoy our performance.
I think we can all agree that was amazing. So we would now like for you to all reflect on the day.
Your table leaders will guide you through 3 activities. The first, called Light and Hope, which will involve each of you lighting a tea light and writing down the hope you have for the future after everything you've heard today.
We will then ask each table to take their tea lights and reflections over to our giant global girl leading installation at the side of the room. Please do not move until you have been asked.
Once you've done that, you will move on to the next activity. On the biscuits at the center of your table, we would like you to write one quality you would like to have after everything you've seen and discussed today. It could be courage, to change the world, leadership, kindness, or anything you want. Please use the icing pens to write the characteristics you would like. The idea is that once you've written the characteristics, please eat the gingerbread, and you will then internalize the characteristics. You will then internalize the characteristics you would like to have. If you have an allergy, please do not eat a biscuit. And take this time to discuss with other people on your table what you have enjoyed about today.
Finally, each person will fill out an evaluation form so we can hear about how you felt about the day. Thank you so much for your attention, and we hope you enjoy each of these activities.
Thank you so much. And as you take your seats, please notice the installation that you have created at the side of the hall in symbolism for all girls around the world. It's very beautiful what you've created. I'm going to hand over in just a second to our compares, but if you could take your final seats. We're going to have a finishing moment of reflection.
We now have a performance from our Global Girl Leading Choir, and it's something that's going to involve everyone. You have glow sticks on your table. Please join us by waving your glow sticks during the song's chorus, by following your table leaders.
Please join us in welcoming.
Please
join us in welcoming the Global Girl Leading Choir.
Okay, everyone, we know it's really exciting having glow sticks. If you could just put your glow sticks just a moment. If you could just put your glow sticks down just for a moment. And settle. And settle. And settle, please. I know it's really exciting having them. That's why we've got them. But if you could just put them down, we're going to have a moment of reflection. And then when we get to the chorus, you can wave them as much as you like. So wait till then.
She's just a girl, but she's on fire. Harder than a fantasy, lonely like a highway. She's living in a world and it's on fire.
Filled with catastrophe, but she knows she can fly away.
Oh, she's got 4 feet on the ground and she's burning it down. Oh, she's got her head in the clouds and she's not backing down. This girl is on fire. This girl is on fire. She's walking on fire. This girl is on fire. Looks like a girl, but she's a flame. So bright she can burn your eyes, but look the other way.
You can try, but you can't forget her name.
She's on top of the world, hottest of the hottest girls. Say oh, she's got 4 feet on the ground and she's burning it down. Oh, she's got her head in the clouds and she's not backing down. This is on
girl, but she's on fire.
Come next to us. Oh, yeah, fair. Yeah, but isn't it? Okay, let's clap, let's clap, let's clap. Okay, let's go. Okay. Oh, why is it not on? Thank you, everyone. What a
That brings us to the end of this summit. We are so grateful to everyone in this room and everyone watching online being parts of this day.
We are so grateful to everyone in this room and watching online and being part of this day. We would now like to thank everyone who had a part in organizing today's summit. Now take your global girl leading leadership into the world. We will now dismiss everyone school by school. If you are attending the House of Commons reception, please remain seated and Dr. Ogden will dismiss you.
So I'm only here to dismiss you, but actually I do want to take this opportunity to just say thank you so much to the team behind this summit today, especially to our speakers, but in particular to Chris Stone, who has been running the technical. Chris is somewhere out there. Could we give him a massive round of applause? It has been an absolute pleasure spending time with you all day today. You've been an amazing conference group. You know, your attention has just been so first class, and I just hope that you take all of those reflections with you out into the world and do great things with it. And we will do another, not here, but elsewhere. We'll give you the details. We will do another next year to celebrate International Day of the Girl, and you're all invited. So, and I'm now going to dismiss you table by table. The lights will go up and I'm going to dismiss you, but do take a look at that amazing installation you've created as you go. So the first school to be dismissed is Eastbourne Academy.